helps somewhat. I still think it would be a harder thing to enforce, but then when you get to retaining everything, people can still, you know, toss a dead salmon, and we see that in other areas. But there's always going to be some gray area around enforcement of that, but I certainly get the intent, and just I think that's a little better way to frame that.
And when you say you both agreed, is that law you conferred with?
Yes, sir.
For the record, yes, we discussed it, and I agree with what the captain just said.
Okay. So, Commissioner?
Yeah, so in the sport fishery, you can't remove a fish from the water that you intend to release. I don't know how practical that is from a set net operation, but one of the options is that you could say that any fish removed from the water is retained.
Any fish
Any
removed
fish removed from the water is retained. That's an option.
I'm comfortable with that.
Do we need to amend either or both of the RCs, council?
It would certainly be clearer if it was amended to reflect that intent, however the board so desires.
Shalene, would you add that to your list to have prepared an amendment, please?
Certainly, it's on the list.
Thank you. You want to be recognized, Mr. Saray?
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about I mean, we're getting down to, you know, some real specific language here, but so I bring up the fact that when you say, you know, if you're you catch a fish in a net and you know, there's no visibility, you know, and you pull the net up enough to see the fish and to get a handle on him, you're removing him from the water at that point. But he might be a perfectly viable fish, you know, I mean, he's just thrashing around and everything like that, but to get him out of the net, you know, you are removing him from the water, maybe even completely, you know, if you have a boat that has a little bit of a high side, you know. And so do we really want to use that specific language?
Mr. Zuri, through the chair.
Who is asking attention? Who was just talking? Okay, Captain, thank you.
Sorry, we had eye contact there. Felt like he was talking to me. It kind of goes back to our original point, like that any aspect of separating and releasing a fish is going to be problematic for enforcement. I mean, we could be watching from a bluff and see something going on down there, fish flopping around. It's going to be dang near impossible really to enforce that either way. If you have people releasing fish, it's just going to be very problematic for us. Like, anybody can say whatever they want, and we're not there to see what's going on. And the fish could have been alive when it was there, and now, you know, 5 minutes later, it's floating off and dead, or somebody else reports seeing something. But anytime we're going to allow some sort of undefined, hard to enforce aspect of it, I mean, it's just going to be problematic for us.
Does that answer your question? Law, I think, may want to address this issue. Is that what you want to address? Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to add on to what the captain just said. I think there's sort of two things the board can balance here. There is this enforceability problem. If the intent of the board is to ensure that all king salmon are accountable, then the best way to accomplish that would be to include regulatory language that makes it so that all fish go to the processor. It would be difficult from an enforceability perspective to ensure that the counting is accurate absent that definitive language. So if that's the board's intent, that's what I would advise in terms of drafting the regulation. If there's other intent, then there may be other ways to draft retention or ways of going about this.
I don't think I'm being inaccurate when I say myself, and probably most of the other board members have relied upon Ms. Carlson Van Dart and Mr. Wood in drafting these RCs, and if they feel that that language is necessary, I would ask staff to draft a language necessary to accomplish. Ms. Carlson Van Dart.
Mr. Chairman, my intent is that if a fish is removed from the water, it needs to be accounted for in the catch, full stop. There are all kinds of regs that create enforceability issues. There is discretion with enforcement. I mean, there's all kinds of problems and wishy-washy and whom is this it related to enforcement. I refuse to let that be a hang-up for this RC. If it's out of the water, it needs to be accounted for. If you have to remove the fish from the water to, get it out of a net, it's out of the water. It needs to be accounted for. I mean, if you can roll it within the water, great, and I would encourage people to do their best to do so if they think it can survive.
Mr. Wood, and then Mr. Swenson.
Yeah, thank you. I just would like to point out that there I feel that, I hear the pain from enforcement. I mean, there are a lot of pictures out there of people, posing with salmon out of the water. And then in another fishery, like the Kodiak seine fishery, they're not required to keep kings when they come on board, so they throw them back in.
Okay. All board members satisfied that they understand these proposals as to what the intent of the authors are? If so, we'll move into general deliberations on the merits of, Mrs. Swenson, my apologies.
I think we have to go back to what Mr. Carpenter said, too. We're all trying to save these kings. And every set netter I've talked to says, we don't want any of those kings. We want them to get up the river. And so I think they're going to do as best job as they can do, because every fish that gets up the river helps them in the end also.
Thank you. We'll now go into general deliberations, as I just stated, on the proposal 169, which is the vehicle that's in front of us currently. We started off, just my comments, we started off this process with a huge amount of options available to us, not just those listed by the department, but within those options. And there were two RCs, one by the Kenai River Sports Association, and another one by a professional KRPA, whatever their initials are. And one dealt primarily with what happens above 15. The other one dealt primarily what happens between 13.5 and 15. And I directed staff to draft me an RC that combined the two to the best we could, and I RC'd that. Now, you want to compare that vehicle to these two. This is a huge improvement under either one of those. And I applaud both Mr. Wood and Ms. Carlson Van Dart for working as hard as they did to come to these conclusions, not only independently, but jointly all day yesterday afternoon. And it shows and is reflected in that there are very few differences between the two proposals at this point in time. I've been on record, and I continue to feel I would have been very supportive of the 13.5 being used as the trigger in the ESSN. I'm still of that ilk, but I'm also a realist, and I realize for that to have happened, it'll mean there'll be 4 votes to make that happen. And I don't know that there is or isn't, but what I do know is that it stands a better chance at the 14.25 than it does at the 15. With that in mind, if the vote comes on RC 169, I would be hard-pressed to support it. And I suspect that there'll be a move to substitute sometime during these deliberations so that we have both proposals to compare side by side as to who can count to 4 and who can't. And that's what it's going to boil down to. All the other items, I don't have any heartburn in it. The way they approached it, I think, is very innovative, and it addresses a lot of the concerns raised by a whole lot of people. And I think we can continue to proceed, and then we'll take a break after we finally land on either 169 or 170, and await the amended language, or if it's available then, before taking final action and go forward, because I think the amendments are addressing, I don't want to call them minor, but they're certainly not the major issues that are before us. And that, on record, puts on my position on the two RCs. Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Mr. Chairman, I think for the sake of just clarity and procedure, my recommendation would be to let's get a clean version of what 169 looks like, just so that we can see it. And then I think there's 2 significant elements, and I would also defer to Mr. Wood's opinion on this. 2 significant elements that need to be discussed that are different really between the two. Number one is the 15 versus the 14,250 number. And number two is whether or not that section in the, of allowing a little bit of liberalization in the sport fishery to retain a sub, allowing the department to allow retention of a sub 34-inch king salmon, and giving that EO authority to the department to make that call within the recovery goals. I think that those are the two main ones. If there's other ones that we should, that we should talk about, and I think that that could be done through deliberation and amendment of 169.
So you're recommending, and 6,500, yeah, you're recommending we stop now, have the amendments before us, and, because I think they apply to both proposals, so it's.
Yeah, I think my preference would be to vote 169 up or down on the 15. But if we can get one, if there's no other, besides those two issues, and I don't know how Mike feels about the sport fishing component, but if we can get them as close as they possibly can be between, except for the 14,250 and the 15, that would be ideal. I mean, I would like to have my RC voted on the 15 up or down. And then if it gets voted down, then we take up hopefully what is very, very similar, if not identical, with the exception of the 14,250 number for consideration.
Yeah, and the scenario may be by substitution, just to keep the procedural stuff done, but we'll get to that point at some point in time. Mr. Wood, do you acquiesce in what Ms. Carlson-Van Dort is suggesting, that we have the mandatory language prepared now? We'll take a small recess to do that.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Then let's do that. Shalene, how much time do you need?
Probably about 15 to 20 minutes would be realistic.
Yesterday, that meant 6 hours.
No, that really means 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay. Okay, we will resume at 10:30. Thank you.
Nobody bothers.
And no one bothers Shalene right now. A motion on the floor. Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to rescind my motion to adopt the language found in RC 169.
And does the
I
second?
second it.
Does the second acquiesce?
Who was the second?
Yes, and I ask for unanimous consent,
Were you the second on the main motion?
probably.
Does anyone object to the reception? No. Okay, so it is rescinded. Now, you still have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the language found in RC 183 as the proposed language for the action plan for the stock of concern designation for late-run Kenai River king salmon.
Is there a second?
I second that and ask for unanimous consent.
I don't think you want to ask. I object,
Sorry.
okay?
Sorry, yes. Yes.
Okay. We have one.
I think for the record, it should be a very clear second.
Okay, I'm not a clear second.
Mr. Swenson, are you a clear second?
I'm a clear second.
There we are.
Thank you. All right. So the purpose of the stand-in, and I appreciate the chair's latitude, was to try and just provide some clarity around the intent amendments or language that we had discussed on the record. And I would ask Shalene Hutter, the regulations specialist, to just walk us through what those changes are. I believe that they're all of them, the substantive ones are found on page 4. But Shalene, if you could walk us through that. I could, but I think you'd do it better.
Thank you for that compliment. So the significant changes here, other than the couple little typos that we had, begin on page 4. And in I, we talk about being delivered to specifically a shore-based or floating processor, and the regulatory citations that define shore-based and floating processors. Then in J, what I did was, there was a little bit of redundancy with the being delivered, the language specifying to be delivered to the licensed processor throughout. So I took it out where it was repeating throughout the document and just put it all there. So all commercially harvested king salmon needs to be delivered to the processor. It's defined clearly what the licensing requirements is, and then the retention of the king's, oh, I'm sorry, the retention part was the one that kept repeating, and that was taken out and put in as paragraph 2 in subsection J. And then in K, that language was copied specifically from an existing regulation. So that has already been vetted through Department of Law and the entire process. And basically, we just copied and pasted that from the existing regulation so that if there are king salmon that can be released, that language will allow for that to happen. And enforcement can speak to that as well, but I believe that that satisfies most of their concerns.
I have a question on construction. Paragraph I seems to be duplicated by paragraph J.
I think in the hurry of trying to remove that, I think I forgot to delete it, obviously.
Okay.
We all looked at it, and I just, that's,
So,
I apologize for that.
so we would just simply delete that subparagraph 1, correct?
Delete I think,
Entirely? Okay.
because it's contained in J1.
Okay, so I would hope there'd be amendment on the floor to that effect. Are those the only changes between 183 and 169, Shalene?
There were a few other minor changes. Mr. Zaray had a question about, in the beginning, about the use of the word projection versus forecast, and I'll let management staff speak to why it was not, it is the same as it was in the original document.
Okay. What I want on the record is all changes that have been made. We just finished a meeting in Homer where a couple of words made a huge difference and took up a tremendous amount of time.
Well,
So-
I mean, every single change, we did restructure the order of the sport fishing language just to be, literally, we moved, trying to find where it is there. It's in, so it would be D2. Literally, we moved, unbaited had followed single hook, and we put unbaited first, just to conform. I mean, these are real small little technical changes that we caught after the fact that are not in any way significant.
Okay, let me
other than
rephrase it.
Very technical.
Changes in verbiage are.
Yeah, I mean, if you want, I mean, you had asked me exactly what changed, and other than those very minor technical edits, the meat of it really is only on page 4. And the restructuring, obviously, we accidentally repeated I in the effort to not repeat it, and put everything in J and K, and then we just moved everything down and changed the letters to L and M. So
Okay, what is the change that you did to accommodate Mr. Zaray's concern that staff needs to address?
There was no change, that's what I'm saying.
There was no change,
is-
thank you.
Yeah,
That's what I'm trying to get clarified.
Yeah.
Any other board member have a question on what is or is not in RC 183? Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Thank you. So, yeah, there looks like that I is a duplicate, doesn't need to be in there. I'll happily make the motion if that's what the chair wants, but, to remove it. The only other change that is substantive-ish that is not captured in either J or K is in L1, and that was already stated on the record when I walked through this, that the intention was in the Kenai River and Kasilof River personal use dip net fisheries, retention of king salmon is prohibited. So I already stated that, but just to make it very explicit and very clear, that was the only other change that was made for clarification purposes, Mr. Chair.
Any other board members have questions on 183?
I have a question.
Mr. Carpenter?
I guess maybe it might be a clarification for the Department of Public Safety, and it was to the last change that Ms. Carlson Medard talked about, where retention of king salmon in the PU, specifically maybe you said dip net fishery, and I misheard you, but if it also includes the gill net fishery in the Kasilof, how do you not retain a king salmon if it's dead? So clarify if you just said set net, or, excuse me, dip net.
I said that in section L1, the Kenai River and Kasilof personal use dip net fisheries, retention of king salmon is prohibited. In section.
All right, yep, that
Yeah.
clears it up.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions? I have one other question. It's not related to the, as amended, but it was raised during the break by a stakeholder, and it's in every one of the periods of fishing, and it's subparagraph A, I think, in most of them, if not all of them. And it reads, each set net permit holder may use up to one set gill net, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And he apparently owns 2 permits, which I understand is a maximum allowed under limited entry. And he was inquiring whether that would restrict him to the use of only 1 net, or would he be allowed to use 1 net per permit for a total of 2? What is your legislative intent on that, Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
Mr. Chairman, that language comes directly from the Kenai Peninsula Fisheries Association's RC number 96. My intention is that permit holder means one net per permit holder, not 1 net per permit.
Okay, so that's clear on the record, and if any member has issue with that, you need to deal with it with an amendment of clarification. Anybody else have questions on what's in 183 before we get to general deliberations? Thank you. So now, we all know what's in 183. We know what's in the other two RCs, et cetera. We know what the differences are. If we're going to address a subject matter specific, let's do it by specific amendment dealing with it, whether that's to delete a figure or a paragraph, or whether that is to change a number, or whatever it is, we're going to deal with it with individual amendments. So does anybody have any additional? Mr. Godfrey, you wish to be recognized?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Is this, we discussed this during the break, so as an individual amendment, I would move to amend the trigger from 15,000 down to 13,500.
Wherever found in the document. It's in several places.
That's an important clarification because they have different applications.
To be specific, give me a moment if you would, please.
Certainly.
Would be item, well, I'll read the language. It would be from June 20th to June 30th, when preseason forecast, including harvest and forecast air of king salmon, 75 centimeter mid-eye to tail fork and longer is greater than 15,000. Large fish, the upper subdistrict, set gillnet fishery may be opened as follows. It would be there.
And for the record, that would be page 2G1. And would it include any other place? That's what you're looking up now?
Yes.
Okay.
It would also be from July 28th, August 15, when the in-season projection accounted for anticipated harvest, projection air, and season run strength. King salmon, 75 centimeters, mid-eye, tail, fork, and longer is greater than 15,000. Large fish, the upper sub-district. Set gillnet fishery may be open as follow. Again, be modified right there as well.
And that's under subparagraph 3 to be found on page 3.
Correct.
Which one?
I think there's another spot that you overlooked. So basically, we're talking about section G, lowercase g. It would be in 1, 2, and 3, each have references to 15,000. Just
Yes, if you could reference specifically for me where you're looking at on that one.
that's the
Very
the one that
bottom.
is the very top of page 3. It carries over
Okay.
the number 2 from the bottom of page 2.
Correct, that would be the other modification that I would note. Correct, I see it now.
So your amendment covers those 3
I've got-
issues.
That is correct.
I've got one more clarification request for you. Would that also apply at the very top in letter A, at the very top of the document?
Are you talking about page 1?
Yes.
I would think not, but,
No? Okay.
No.
so everybody understand the amendment? It's changing it from 15 to 13.5, is that what I heard?
That is correct.
And has that got a second?
I second.
Okay. Ms. Councilman Dort, you had your hand up. Legal.
Before we delve into deliberations on this proposal, I just want to note that without a change to the A, this amendment would have management be directed at a number lower than the recovery goal at the G1, 2, and 3 points, and that could present a conflict in regulation that would be hard for law to parse and implement. And relatedly, I was asked earlier about whether or not the board needs to rescind the OEG. If a management trigger is going to be at a point lower than the OEG, the superseding advice I gave earlier is more difficult, and I would clarify that if the board wants to manage to a point below the OEG, it should also take action on the OEG in the underlying management plan.
You see, I thought your advice was as long as you don't make reference to the OEG, we were okay. Now, this advice is dramatically different.
Through the chair, yes, the advice is different because the context is different, and if the board is adopting a more specific regulation that conflicts with the underlying management plan, it is more difficult to read the two in harmony, and I'd advise that the board adopt regulations that are easier to be read in harmony. And I'm happy to chime in further as the context develops.
I would welcome harmonious relationships, but I would also like to get finality on this. Commissioner?
So I just have a question for you. So could the board not take action on the OEG if they change the recovery objective to mirror the 13.5 in paragraph A? That thereby, that would be the new direction of the action plan, the OEG would be suspended until that time. It's just a question of whether or not the recovery goal needs to align with the triggers later mentioned in the document.
I don't want to offer too much advice before the board fully deliberates on the underlying merits, but I think that it would be clearer if the action plan was, all the numbers were pegged to the same number. So the recovery goal bottom end is 13.5 if G1, 2, and 3 are 13.5. I think if the underlying management plan still contains the OEG, which is defined separately in the Sustainable Salmon Fisheries Policy as the primary management objective where it exists, there may still be a conflict between the action plan and the OEG if there's a number that's lower on the recovery plan that's requiring the department to take certain actions at a number lower than the OEG. So that would be my advice in terms of implementing and interpreting the regulations.
My understanding is in total agreement with the Commissioner's question as to how we were proceeding. And that's one of the reasons why you don't see any reference to OEG anywhere in this plan.
Through the chair, is that a question for clarification from me?
I
or-
guess not. It's just, I'm going to leave it at that. I guess I want, not legal advice, I want advice that's going to last more than a couple hours.
Through the chair, my advice always is context dependent. And earlier, when asked about whether or not action needed to be taken on the OEG, what was before the board was a recovery goal that shared the same numbers as the OEG. Where the board starts to depart further from the OEG, it has its, you're the board and you're the deciders, but the record would need to be clear as to how you're squaring that with the Sustainable Salmon Fisheries Policy's definition of an OEG as the primary management objective. And so where there's conflict, we need to understand why that conflict exists in order to defend it. My advice would be, though, to have regulations that can operate in harmony, because that is easier to understand under the directives of the Sustainable Salmon Fisheries Policy. But I'd hesitate to weigh in further before the board deliberates on the specifics of the amendment. I just wanted to flag that before you delve into the numbers.
Okay. We go forward with deliberations on the amendment, which is to reduce in those 3 spots from 15 down to 13,500. You made the motion, Mr. Godfrey. Do you wish to address your motion?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The discussion around this particular stock and the different stakeholders, there's often been an intent by the board to distribute the pain of the restrictions equally, but from my perspective, that doesn't happen. And what I mean by that is the in-river users, the restrictions on them are not existential in nature, but the restrictions on, in particular, the set netters that fish in this fishery, it is existential to the point where if and when the goals here historically and what the status quo has been achieved, whether it takes 2 years or 5 years from now, and they're not able to fish due to the non-targeted capture of king, many of those operations will cease to exist. And that, to me, is not an egalitarian approach by the board when distributing the pain equally, because the in-river users will always be there whenever the opportunity comes to harvest the kings in river, and that is problematic to me. This is a conundrum, to say the least. It's a challenge to try to thread the needle here. I acknowledge that. I appreciate that. I don't know exactly how to best achieve it, but I do believe, based on, in particular, public testimony in RC 159, the gentleman who testified and utilized the data that was available from multiple sources, the methodology that he used was compelling from my perspective. It was sound. Obviously, it's speculative, but the best you can do is arrive at future projections based on available current and present data. I believe he did that very effectively to show what the potential range of non-targeted species, that being the kings, and the mortality of that in the event they were provided the opportunity to fish a few more hours of their nets in the water and a few more openers. And for that reason, I do not believe that this would be of great detriment to the recovery of the king stocks to the targeted figure, allowing the fishery to take place at a trigger at 13.5 versus, 15 and 1. And it's for those reasons that I do not believe that the pain is distributed equally, and I do believe that the status quo would cause set net fishery to essentially probably become obsolete to a large degree in the near future if not given the opportunity to harvest otherwise harvestable sockeye with a minimal amount of catch of kings.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Ms. Carlson Van Dorn.
Thank you. So there's an RC from a member of the public. We're continually reminded that we need to consider and try to rely on the department's data. I've heard on the record continually that the department has said that 13.5 does not achieve yield, and it is not a replacement value under current ocean conditions and productivity. So how does the maker of the amendment justify lowering the goal to a place that the department says on the record will neither replace itself, and the data supports that it will neither replace itself or produce any yield, and that is our constitutional requirement.
Mr. Godfrey, do you wish to respond to that?
Yeah, I am of the opinion that the ocean conditions currently is highly speculative. It's a moving target, it always will be, and it's not something I would hang my hat on versus hard data that would show what the non-targeted catch, the bycatch for lack of a better term, is of the kings, that which is what we have. And I'm basing my projections on something that's more tangible and concrete than something as abstract as the ocean conditions.
Mr. Zaray, then Ms. Carlson Van Dorn.
Mr. Chairman, it seemed like
You don't want to be recognized?
after. Let her, it seems
Okay.
like she has something to respond to.
Yeah, I would just say that the data that the department has produced is not abstract. And it says right in there what the yields are and what the replacement ratios are. They are called into the question in terms of the probability of being able to achieve those is based on sort of that more abstract notion. But the data that is reflecting in the current trends is not abstract, in my opinion, and I would refer to the department's reports and also their oral reports and several RCs that have been submitted as well. Further, the maker of the amendment talked about how the in-river users will still be around to catch kings if and when they recover, and I've heard public testimony that guide businesses have been greatly affected and have been diminished by the loss and lack of opportunity on kings, and probably will likely be used so. So if the maker of the amendment wants to continue to push this, then I think that there really needs to be a strong argument made around the allocation criteria and how he's going to justify allocating kings essentially to a CFEC permit holder versus any other in-river user or personal use user. And it also needs to be more directly tied to the sustainable fisheries, salmon fisheries policy, Mr. Chair.
Oh, Mike Wood.
Yeah, thank you. I'd just like to point out an RC that I submitted, RC 182, that uses those exact numbers of 13.5 versus 15,000, and the difference in, how many fish will that we're talking about here. So if you have time, check out RC 182. And I think I'll leave it at that and listen to other members.
Yeah. I just have a comment on the amendment. I'll tell you one thing, I'll walk away from this debate with a totally different perspective of what an SCG is going into the future, because when we talk about a range, and we're using the range here, but it's not sufficient, I've got some real issues internally as to how much weight to put to the calculations into the future. I would suggest to you that language was put in that was suggested, and it's good language by the commissioner, that accounted for the harvest and accounted for projection error. And that projection error, holy smokes, I mean, it fluctuates tremendously and you can't predict it. So we've got a lot of factors in there to make sure that those numbers are solid. So when we're saying 13.5 subject to those, it's a solid 13.5. It's not a maybe type of situation. I'll be supportive of this amendment and would encourage a yes vote. With that, Ms. Carlson Van Dort, did you wish to be recognized?
No, but I think, I mean, you can reference 182, but it would be helpful if you explained what precisely you're trying to communicate to the board during deliberations with the reference to that RC.
Mr. Wood?
Sure, thank you. So in this process of trying to understand an OEG and a sustainable and what an SEG is, it's the department has helped me greatly, and this literature has helped me greatly to kind of come to terms with what an SEG is. So when and as it's stated right here in the sustainable salmon policy, and we were noted to look on page 707, it is AC 5AC 39.222, number 36, under the Sustainable Escapement Goals. And the department has, this paper here was done by the department to show the amount of fish that will return at the SEG at 13.5, what's expected to come back, and what it is at 15,000, which is the current OEG. And, you know, in the process of trying to understand this, and my original paperwork that I sent out there, RC, perhaps it was 160, I should look, but what I was doing was using the work that was brought to us in what the department put out there, the Kenai Lake River Stock Status Action Plan. This has been pretty much my guiding information on trying to understand all this SEG stuff and what the OEG has done. Built into this SEG is padding. And that's why I originally went with that padding. Now, if I could end it there, but I could also say why I think this is an acceptable thing to be doing right now under these circumstances. Reading in 5AAC 39-223-38, the sustainable yield means an average annual yield that results from a level of salmon escapement that can be maintained or on a continuing base over a wide range of average annual yield levels is sustainable. The reason in this, I proposed that originally in this king salmon recovery plan, was because of, and if I may go into a little bit of the history, what we're talking here, when we're talking about the burden sharing of the user groups, is a set net fishery that is now a fragment, being proposed here is a fragment of what it has been historically. And in order to prosecute a fishery that's targeting sockeye, not king salmon, great lengths have been proposed at this time in history to make sure that kings are not being harvested at all. And that is significant concessions have been made and put in this plan in order to make that happen. The goal ultimately would be absolutely no king harvest in the set net fishery, because that is not their targeted fishery. It's a sockeye fishery. And so to share the burden of conservation among all user groups, it seems appropriate that the trigger for allowing the set net fishery to fish is reasonable, but yet reasonable meaning within the SEGs, certainly not below. And it's also necessary that there should be padding for the potential incidental harvest, which, as I understand, is built into the SEG when the prediction is made. So maybe I should just stop there for now before I keep going.
On the amendment, Mr. Swenson.
I have forgotten from my college days, I'd like to have the staff explain 182 here. These numbers. I forgot the difference between the mean, the median, and the mode, and I know one of them's the average, and so I'd like maybe an explanation. That would help.
And the explanation you want is on 182?
Yes, because that's going to...
Does staff have that in front of them? Give me an indication, staff. Okay, so the proper staff is there. Now, ask you a question.
I'd just like an explanation. When I look at this, I don't understand it. Maybe I'm stupid, but that's the way it goes.
Do not respond to whether he is stupid or not. Respond to
So, yeah, so if you would explain to me exactly, I mean, I see that Mike talks about the 13.5, but then I don't see how that relates to the OEG, because there's not another column there, and so I just need an explanation.
Is staff able to respond to that? I hope so.
Yeah, sure, through the chair. The RC was produced due to a request from Mr. Wood about 14.25. And so that's the reason it's written the way it is. The first two rows of the table you're looking at show mean and median yield at 14.25. The next two rows show the difference in yield between 14.25 and a escapement of 14,250 fish and an escapement of 13,500 fish in both fish absolute terms and percentage terms. And then the next two rows show the difference between an escapement of 14.25 and 15,000 in absolute and percentage terms.
So explain to me the difference between the mean and the median.
A mean is a arithmetic average. So you add up the numbers, divide them by how many numbers there are. And a median is a geometric average. And to get that, you order the numbers in increasing order, and you take the middle number from that list.
Anything further?
Okay, well, it sure would have been a lot easier, I would have thought. Why doesn't it, nothing, anyway, nothing says anything about 14,250 that well, yeah, up here it does. But when you start comparing, never mind. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else on the board? Commissioner?
So I think there's been a bunch of statements, Mayor, and I just need to clarify. The department has a SEG, which is an escapement range. I think we've said pretty convincingly on the record, if you're consistently hitting the lower end of the range under current ocean conditions, you're not going to recover the stock, and I remain convinced of that statement moving forward. I think you're struggling with how do you recover the stock? You know, 4 years ago, you decided to have an OEG to help add some fish to try to recover it stronger. Now you're debating as to whether or not you want to lower that. That's your call. But I want to make it clear that if we consistently hit in that lower end below the SMSY level, at that lower end of the SEG, we will not recover the stock unless the ocean conditions change.
Which raises a question, if you're consistently, at what range would you hit the 1-to-1?
Well, I think that's the debate we're having right now. Our escapement goal range is based on a range of ocean productivities. And what we're seeing right now is lower ocean productivity. That's why I'm consistently telling the board that, and I insisted on that language that includes harvest and projection error, that we can't fall below 13.5.
And that language was incorporated, but my question to you is, if I understood you correctly, you were saying if we stay at the lower end consistently, we'll not reach it because of ocean conditions. What I'm asking you is, considering those same ocean conditions, at what number would we be able to reach it?
Again, to me, it's the ability to manage within the range. So if I was managing the stock, I would not consistently try to attain the lower range and allow for harvest. I would try to get to something within the range towards the middle of SMSY.
And I guess that's what I'm asking. At what number does that take place?
That, again, using the precautionary principle, I don't want to continuously manage knowing that in the last 4 years, I've failed to have a return per spawner that's been above 1 in either 2015, 16, or 17. Yeah, I can't tell you what that number is exactly, but I know that at the lower numbers, I'm failing to replace itself. So if I continue to manage to that lower number, I am not going to recover the stock.
Okay, Director Payton?
Yeah, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the SMSY point is like 18,397 or something like that, 18.4. Was that the number you were asking about?
It seems to be, yeah.
Okay, that's the number.
It's Carlson Van Dort.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to offer. I mean, if we're to be managing within the range, and hopefully trying to recover and trying to increase the probability of recovering, that is precisely why I have 15 to 30,000 consistent with the OEG action that was taken 4 years ago in there, and also why there is explicit reference to SMSY. If you're looking at the number where we have the best likelihood of producing yield, it is 18,392, I believe.
And I think I would point out in response to that, that the numbers that we're dealing with fall within the range both of the SEG and the OEG. It's not like we're going way outside somewhere.
Mr. Chair, we're talking about a range at 13.5, and you just heard the commissioner say if he is being managed, you know, if the recovery is to the lower end, or if, how do you set a recovery goal at a number that the department just said will not recover the stock?
And in response, what I'm saying is 13.5, 14,250, 18, or 15 are all within the ranges of both the SEG and
But that's not what
OEG.
the amendment is.
No, the amendment is 13.5.
So what I'm saying is that if you're trying to recover the stock, the more often I'm hitting 13.5, the less likely I am to recover that stock. The higher that number under the current ocean conditions, the better off I am in recovering that stock.
Well, that makes sense.
So it's just a risk assessment that I'm not advocating one or the other. I'm just saying that if I consistently hit 13.5, I will not recover the stock.
Yeah, let me put a statement on the record to that effect, because I pulled aside outside that the department is pushing forward these RCs, et cetera, and that is not true. The department is drafting what board members are asking them to be drafted. It does not mean that they support or oppose. It's simply fulfilling their obligations as support to this board to draft the proper language to accomplish whatever board member asks them to accomplish. So I want that on the record if we could. Who else wishes to? Mr. Mike Wood.
Yes, thank you. I would just like to go back to what the style of fishing we're talking about in this action plan. We've pretty much completely reduced the nets to 88% of what they were. I mean, one per, and this is giving the department, basically, we're talking 8 openers here of 8 hours, 64 hours of fishing for sockeye, and nobody wants to catch a king. We don't even know what the padding in between the SEG is, and yet what's the padding of fish, that the mortality in this fishery? It's very similar, I would imagine, given the restrictions to all the other fisheries that are out there. And then the other thing I'd like to say is written in here is giving a ton of authority to the department to more selectively target the sockeye. It says here in the sustainable salmon policy, salmon escapement and harvest management decisions should be made in a manner that protects the non-target salmon stocks. So what we've done is try to create a fishery that's a mere fragment of what it used to be in order to avoid a non-target species. And I gotta say, we hear a lot about targets and tools, but this management, this plan as it's written, is further developing the tools to more accurately target the species selectively. And I think the future of fishing is going to be selective harvest. And that's what has written into this plan already and gives the department the latitude to be able to manage this stock of concern and yet still operate a sockeye fishery.
Mr. Swenson.
Well, I'm a little confused, Mike. So now you seconded a 13.5, but in your RC, you have a 14.250. So have you changed your mind from 14.250 to 3.5, or just what does that mean?
Okay, so this RC that you're looking at deals with 13.5 and 15.
Well, not your RC, whatever number it was that you, 170? That's 14.250, right? And now you're, seem to be backing a 13.5. Have you changed your mind from, that it should go from what you have said here at 14.250 down to 13.5?
Yeah, sure. So the reason I originally even intended a 13.5 was because I felt like, given how restricted this fishery was and how much would be caught, and then the buffer that's built in, or how little would be caught, I have to say, and because of the control of the department, the commissioner in the department, that the padding in that would safely be covered by the padding in the SEG. Now, when I proposed to be like bumping it up to 14.25, I was like, well, if people want more padding, I'll suggest it to be 14.250.
Does that answer your question?
So you've changed your mind now then?
I believe he responded to your question. Since, do you have any other questions?
No.
Okay. Ms. Carlson Van Dort, then
So
Mr.
I
Saray.
have a question which seems to speak to sort of the allocative nature of what is being proposed at 13.5. So we have restrictions across all user groups within this range, okay? So you've got restrictions on drift, you've got restrictions on personal use, you've got restriction on the in-river sport fish, and you've got restrictions on a set net fleet. What you are proposing with 13.5, in my opinion, is to use whatever surplus that might be available to help recover the stock at 13.5, maybe, is going to be allocated only to the set net fishery. Because if we're consistently hitting at that lower end, there's not going to be a surplus generated to share amongst all users. So that seems to me highly, highly allocative to a specific group, and if that's the case, if that's your intention, then I think the allocation criteria need to be used to justify that.
Mr. Zaret, or did you wish a response to that? Mr. Zaret?
Yeah, yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. On the subject of, restrictions not being equally felt between the different user groups under, under one, Action Plan 170, or, no, wait a minute. Anyway, under the amended proposal before us, because of the nature of those fisheries, I don't see how they're, you can ever equally distribute the hurt. It's just not the nature. But the question here is the recovery of the fish. And, listening to the data day after day after day that I hear from the department and the, on the SCG and the OEG and stuff, I just don't see how I can make a decision based on the hurt to the fishermen. It's incredible hurt. I come from an area where we are 10 years beyond that hurt, that's being felt here. And there's a good chance that, to me, we can argue the numbers from the 13.5 to the, 15,000 and stuff like that. But it's like, there's a very good chance that, the fishery is going to be well below any of those numbers. And, if we allow an opening on, a number that's really low, I mean, even if we open it on the 1,500, there's a very good chance that in season, this fishery is going to close. I just don't see, I'm going to be basing my decision on the best numbers to hopefully stall this fishery at the decline it's at or recover it. And that's what I'm going to be looking at. So I will not be voting for the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Did you wish to be recognized? Okay. I do have a few comments. I think there are at least two members of this current board that voted on the OEG. 3 members that voted on the OEG, 2 of which are advocating for a 13.5, and 1 of which is advocating for 15,000. I can only speak to my vote. I cannot speak to theirs. The way that I looked at that request to go to an OEG was perhaps much too narrow, in that I based my vote on the in-river catch. And I didn't think an OEG of 15 was out of line. If you've ever heard me, whenever we deal with stocks of concern, when they go to delisting, I've always advocated that delisting occur at midpoint rather than the lowest point. And 15 isn't even midpoint. So it doesn't, I don't have heartburn on OEG if it applied only to the river. Where I have heartburn is when you shut down entirely another fishery based upon that number. And it is not a parity. It is not a sharing of pain. This fishery is totally shut down. They can't catch sockeye. They can't catch anything. Whereas even in river, they continue fishing. They just prohibited from catching kings. So if you really wanted to share the pain on a total shutdown, then you would match the shutdown of the east side set netters with the entire in-river fishery. I'm not advocating that, but that would be apples to apples. And so I guess if it had to go back again, I would have amended the OEG to make it clear that indeed it applied only to the river, but that's hindsight rather than foresight. Mr. Godfrey, and then Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
I appreciate your comments right there, Mr. Chair, and I think you hit the nail on the head. I don't view this as allocative in nature at all, because the sockeye are already allocated for these users, but they can't catch the sockeye because we haven't hit our escapement number on the kings. So for incidental reasons, they're forbidden from fishing it. And to the chair's point, the in-river users are not. And I can't be any more eloquent or succinct than what the chair just said. And that's essentially my problem. But I don't view this as allocative, because those sockeyes are catchable, they're harvestable when the numbers are met in river. They simply can't fish them because they might catch a couple kings.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments from both of the previous speakers, but we're not here debating a sockeye stock of concern designation. We're here debating a king salmon stock of concern designation, and we're not talking about a sockeye recovery plan and who gets how much of sockeye. What we're talking about is king salmon. And if you want to talk about allocation, the king salmon that may be caught, or will be caught, I should say, in an east side set net fleet that is allowed to fish on a stock of concern designation is being allocated away from the river. That buffer that might allow for recovery faster, if at all, is being, first of all, allocated away from the conservation intent and purposes for the river. Beyond that, you're also allocating away from the users that may also benefit. So away from sport fishermen who would be prohibited from catching a fish, away from personal use fishermen who would be prohibited from retaining a king salmon to take home to eat for dinner. And you're allocating that buffer, that cushion, if you want to call it, away from the river for the conservation purposes and to a specific CFEC permit holder.
If I were to follow the logic of that ordinance, I would go out to Kodiak and Area M and the drift net fisheries, et cetera, who are also, we know, intercepting the Kenai kings.
Mr. Chairman, and my votes have been consistent with that.
Yeah, and we would incorporate it into the plan, but we are not. We're selecting one particular fishery, and they have come up with some ideas on restricted fishing that will greatly diminish the take of kings to a point where I don't think warrants shutting down the entire fishery. But I know we differ on that, and we'll just have to push the red or green button accordingly. Mike Wood and then Mr. Swenson.
Thank you. It's right here in the very beginning on page 701 of the Sustainable Salmon Policy. It says, "The burden of conservation shall be shared among all fisheries in close proportion to their respective harvest on the stock of concern. The board recognizes that precise sharing of conservation among fisheries is dependent on the amount of stock-specific information available." This river has a lot of information available, and I'd like to go on, and especially on sockeye, and as well as kings. But then I'd also like to point out to page 703, the board will work with the commissioner and other agencies to develop effective process for controlling excess fishing capacity. I mean, this action plan is about completely changing a fishery to reduce, hopefully to zero, excess fishing capacity, controlling that capacity on this stock of concern. And if it's not put in place using this, I mean, it would be, I mean, the use of the fishery as it used to be, I mean, it just obviously would have done nothing to help preserve these kings. But what we've heard in the public testimony and in all the charts, and after all the history that's been brought to the table, it's like that fishery will never exist again, the old fishery. It's done. And politics and time has brought this fishery, this new fishery that's being proposed, to its knees. And it has brought this proposal before us that allows for 8 openers, 64 hours of fishing with 88% of the harvest capacity. I mean, to protect the king, which I totally get, but also to harvest a very obvious surplus of sockeye in river.
Thank you, Ms. Swenson, then Ms. Carlson Van Dart.
Well, in a sense, we don't have pad restrictions now because when it's catch and release in the river, the set net fishery can still fish. So that's another, and I would have to agree with Ms. Van Dort in the fishing game that we're trying to build the king salmon stock. We're not trying to build the red salmon stock. And when you talk about the prices for fishermen, and we could go on and on with the number of permits and how you get less permits, how you get the price up. Anyway, I'm not going to be supportive of this amendment.
Okay. The next person up is Carlson Van Dart, but before I recognize her, it's a little bit afternoon. My wish is to continue deliberations until we come to some conclusion, and then take lunch break after that, unless someone has real problems with that. Ms. Carlson Van Dart.
Thank you. So Member Wood spoke to, hopefully keeping the harvest down to 0, but the harvest will not be 0. That was demonstrated by Kintama. So essentially, everyone is being held to 0, except those CFEC permit holders. So because their harvest will not be 0, unless there is not a single king in the river, it will not be 0. You might hope it will be 0, but it is not 0. Everybody else is 0. And that is not a shared burden with respect to Kenai River. And if that isn't recovered, then there could be an east side set net fishery being prosecuted, and there will be no one allowed to catch a Kenai River king ever again under no recovery, or at least for a very, very long time. So while they're able to harvest kings, nobody else is able to, because it will never be at 0.
Mrs. Swenson, then Mr. Wood.
I'd like to get in here when I can, John.
Oh, okay. Let's recognize you because you've been quiet. Go ahead, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you very much. So I've been sitting here listening, I don't know, for half hour, 45 minutes, however long it's been. And I got to tell you that, quite frankly, I think 15,000 and 13,500 both don't work. That's just my opinion. I agree with the commissioner 100%. And I've thought this for a long time. It's clearly demonstrated in the yield curves that you have to put more fish in the river than 13.5. And unless we want to go through this, I won't be here. The commissioner might not be here. The rest of the board won't be here. With all the people and all the user groups that live at Cook Inlet that are going to deal with this, you're going to be talking about this recovery plan from here until the dinosaurs show up again. And I don't exactly think that's what the idea is in regards to management recovery plans. So as you can tell, I'm not really on either end of the spectrum. I'm probably somewhere in the middle. But there's a lot of things to consider when I say that. Number one, when the OEG was created 4 years ago, there was an arbitrage of information that was considered that is not relevant today. The number of permits being fished is 75% less. In this recovery plan, the management of the gear and the hours fished and basing it around the tide, et cetera, is all different. We have a federal fishery we know nothing about, which quite frankly could throw this entire thing, no matter what we do, right out the window because the commissioner could have to come in and use his emergency order authority anyway. That's something that just doesn't get brought up enough. In regards to the paired restrictions, I'm trying to stick to the amendment. I understand that a little bit of a leeway would be appreciated for the moment. When we're talking about sockeye, there are several things in the original RC that was brought forward today. It doubles the sockeye take in the river, and it's done that way for a certain reason, and I understand that. But I think that we have to be responsible to as many user groups in this conversation as we can. And right now, I think one's being left out. And I think that's the set netters. I think they're taking the brunt of this as they have for the last however many years. And I think that if we move this number, and I'm not suggesting that I'm making the amendment, this is just talking specifically to the amendment in 13.5, that if that number was somewhere more in the middle, where we could at least demonstrate to the public and to the commissioner that there is some sort of an amount of yield that's going to be produced, hopefully with improving river conditions to where we might get out of this thing in 2, 3, 4 life cycles instead of never. And so that's kind of where I'm at right now. And I know that probably doesn't make any of the discussions that you all have, because a lot of you have pretty clear defined lines in the sand drawn. I don't necessarily have one yet. And so I just wanted to make my position clear so the conversation could continue. Thank you.
That's much appreciated. Mr. Swenson?
Well, when saying that the set netters are taking the brunt of this, 2/3 of the population live around in South Central. There are hundreds of sports fishermen who are also taking a big brunt of this. And no one ever suggests that. I mean, they all are out there fishing. They love it just as much as everybody else loves it. And there's a lot of them. So to say that the set netters are taking the brunt, I don't agree with that.
Mike Wood?
Thank you. I'd just like to respond that nobody's fishing for kings right now, and everybody except the set netters are on sockeye. And then I would like to put this out there, and it's on page 364, 5 AAC 21.361. And it says, in the absence of a specific management plan, it is the intent of the board that the salmon be harvested in the fisheries that have historically harvested them according to the methods, means, times, locations of this fishery, consistent with 5 AAC 39.220B. It is in the intent of the board that in the absence of a specific management plan, there are known conservation problems. The burden of conservation shall, to the extent practicable, be shared among all user groups in close proximity to their respective harvest on the stock of concern. And I think this plan addresses that totally. And I would say that this plan, as I originally even drew it up, was drawn up by, I was asked, long ago, am I showing up at this meeting with any preconceived notions? And I read the papers and the news and da-da-da. But honestly, I tried really hard to show up here with a super open mind about this stuff. And I made the decisions that I made on the 13.5 and to get to this point, really mostly because of the guidance of this department, this document, that I trust the department's SCGs, and I dug way into it to try to make sure that they were accurate and that the department had confidence in it. And at the same time, I also know that the commissioner, when he does EO, he doesn't just wake up some morning and say, oh, I think I'll just do this. It goes down the chain, back up the chain, and make sure that we're not going to have a stock go extinct. I think the board has all of those tools to protect this stock and to also allow there to be an 64 hours of fishing on sockeye. Anyhow, I'll stop there.
Any further discussion? I would just make an observation that what seems to be the case here is people arguing over 15,000, 13,500. I'm going to argue for a moment for the number 4, and that means you need 4 votes to have an amendment pass. It's pretty clear to me right now that where it is a 3-3 and a 1. And if that is accurate after listening to one of our members, further discussion along these lines may not be as productive as to getting a motion on the floor to go to a middle ground. But that's just my observation. I'm not trying to cut off debate. Oh, yes, I am. But yeah, I'm trying to get us to a decision is what I'm trying to do. Anyone else wish to be recognized on the amendment dealing with 13.5? Someone call it, Mrs. Ray.
Mr. Chairman, would you be, you're not asking for something from the board members where they would suggest some middle ground? You would be,
No, the motion
need to-
before us at this moment, which you'll be voting on, is 13.5. What I am asking for is someone to call a question so we can get a vote from the board on that number.
I'll call for the question.
Okay. Wow. Okay, errors and omission. Do we need to?
No, Mr. Chair.
No.
Not on the motion amendment, no.
Yeah, okay, never mind. So we just go to a vote. Please call a roll.
On the amendment to change 15,000 to 13.5 in sections little g1, little g2, and little g3. John Wood,
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort,
No.
Zaret,
No.
Svensson,
No.
Godfrey,
Yes.
Carpenter,
No.
Mike Wood.
Yes.
Motion fails, 3 in favor, 4 against, Mr. Chair.
So we're now at a junction, we're back to RC 183, which is at the 15,000 level. We heard sentiment that middle ground might be an option. If someone wants to follow through with that, they need to put an amendment on the floor at whatever figure you're considering to be middle ground. Does anyone have such an amendment?
Mr. Chair,
Where? Mr. Godfrey?
I move to replace 15 with 14,250.
Is there a second? I'll second that. So.
I don't think you should second that, Mr. Chairman. I'll second it and ask for unanimous consent, but I'm sure there'll be an objection.
Okay, and I would object to something because I want debate on the floor. I don't want it to be an automatic. So I'll object, but I may withdraw the objection down the road. Ms.
I'll
Coulson,
object and I won't withdraw the objection.
why does that not surprise me?
Shocking, I know.
Ditto to that.
So we're now talking about 14,250, and we've had plenty of discussion. I don't know that we have to revisit a lot of that, but if you feel compelled to do so, have at it. Ms. Commissioner?
So I just want to make sure law here is comfortable. So I presume we're talking about using 14,250 in those three sections of the grant.
Correct.
But does that also need to be changed in A? Or do we, if we don't change it in A, do we need then to go back and take a affirmative vote on what the OEG means?
Through the chair to the commissioner and the board, the advice that I gave when we were debating 13.5 applies the same to this number because this number is still short of the 15,000 in the A and is still short of the OEG number. So if the board wants to have trigger points based on a number that is lower than the OEG currently in the management plan, the board should act accordingly in order to best harmonize those regulations or otherwise establish why that disharmony, if you will, is consistent with governing state law.
If I can just real quick follow-up. So does changing A 15 to 14,250 accomplish that, or do you also need to address the OEG? That's the fundamental question.
Through the chair to the commissioner, again, I think that, is ultimately for the board to decide. I think it's a closer question if A, G1, 2, and 3 are aligned on the same number, but I think there would still be a regulatory conflict that would be harder to interpret under the Sustainable Salmon Fisheries Policy and the Constitution. And when we get to that point, I'd be happy to address whether or not I'd advise the board to align the OEG. I think ahead of a debate on this amendment, the cleanest way to do it would be have A and G 1, 2, 3 in this proposal align with the OEG. Because of how this meeting's proceeding chronologically, that might require action later on, but that would be what I'd advise later on if that answers your question.
Thank you.
It doesn't answer my question at all.
I think what I heard him say is that at this point, A needs to align to G, E, and F at a minimum. And then that at least sets the stage moving forward, but you can't have A out of alignment with G, E, and F.
I totally agree with that. Would the maker of the motion withdraw and add A to the other three?
Yes.
And I was the second, I would acquiesce. Now, Mr. Godfrey, you wish to address, and
Yes, I move to replace 15,000 with 14,250 in all 4 areas of appearance in the proposal in front of us.
thank you. Shalene, you understand that clearly?
Yes, that's clear.
Thank you. And I'll second that. Now, we're at 14,250 on all 4 spots. Anyone wish to address that amendment? Ms. Carlson Van Dart.
Mr. Chair, I will just reference all of my comments in the previous numbers debate, and I will not be supportive of 14,250.
Thank you. Likewise. Anyone else wish to be recognized? Mr. Godfrey, you wish to be recognized?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think that the entire previous discussion is germane here equally well. So with that, I'll call for the questions.
Question's been called. Please take the roll.
On the amendment to change the number of 15,000 to 14,250 in sections little a and little g, 1, 2, and 3. Svensson.
No.
Mike Wood.
Yes.
John Wood.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Zaray.
No.
Godfrey.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-3, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We now have RC 183 as amended. I believe there were 1 or 2 other subject areas that were going to be addressed by amendment, and now would be the time to bring them forward. And I believe the first one was on page 1, if I recall correctly. But if I don't have an amendment motion, we're going to move forward. Does anybody wish to put forward an amendment? Mr. Mike Wood, do you wish to put an amendment or not?
Excuse me, not on page 1. I had, hold on. I got notes on 3 copies here. There we go.
We'll take a 5-minute recess, and I mean 5 minutes. 183.
Oh,
Have a full body up here. 1, 2. Yeah, plus Tom. I know Tom's there, he can't. We're back in session. And we have now amended RC 183 on the numbers. Are there any other amendments to come in front of the body?
Yes.
Mr. Wood?
Yes, I have an amendment. On page 1, A, or B, C, 1A, retention of kings. I'd like to have that removed, the retention of kings.
So specifically, what is it you're removing? The entire A? Of
It
the-
says any fish below 34 inches can be, it says, sorry. Oh, God, what am I misreading here? Do I have even the right?
I just need to know what your amendment is.
Sorry, there, at least, we're working off of RC 183.
Correct.
Yes, I'm sorry. I had notes from an old one over here, and I apologize for taking the time of the board.
Okay. So that is not going to be amended. Is anything else in RC 183 as amended that needs to be addressed by a separate amendment? Mr. Wood, do you have any other amendments that you wish to make to this document?
Only, there was one other, in the original one that I wrote, I had sorry, I should reference it, RC
No, you
16.
should put a motion to amend on the floor. What is it that you want to amend?
Okay, I make a motion to amend the mays to shalls.
Wherever found in the document?
Wherever found, not wherever.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Mr. Carpenter?
I would appreciate that if we're going to have these amendments laid out like this, I'm in kind of a difficult situation in a hotel room. Is it not possible? I know you're trying to move this on, and I'm sure your patience is wearing thin.
It's
But these
there.
off-the-cuff amendments are just not working for me. So if we could take a lunch break, and anybody that has an amendment that wants to get one written out, it would be greatly appreciated.
I think that's an excellent idea.
Mr. Chair, I think it's time to vote. And if he doesn't have his amendments prepared, there's been days to do this. It's time.
Can't say I have any argument with that. Mr. Wood, do you have an amendment or you do not?
I do not.
Thank you. Mr. Swenson, do you have an amendment?
No.
Mrs. Ray, do you have an amendment?
No, I think we should move along also.
Mr. Godfrey? Ms. Carlson Van Dart, I know the answer to. And Mr. Carpenter, do you have any amendments?
No, I don't.
Okay, that pretty well resolves that now, doesn't it? So now, if someone would call the question on the motion as amended, we can vote.
Call the question.
Pardon me? Cost. We need cost done on this?
This is final action.
Yeah. So who's going to handle cost?
Well, I guess the question would be to the department whether or not there's any associated cost to the department or to the private person.
No.
That's a
Not-
simple,
Not from my perspective, from the department.
that's a simple answer. So we are prepared to vote on, pardon me? Okay. There can't be any errors or omissions on this. Sports,
No, Mr. Chair.
commercial,
No, Mr. Chair.
subsistence.
No, Mr. Chair.
There, here comes the real test. Law
No, Mr. Chair.
and wildlife troopers.
No, Mr. Chair.
Please call the roll on the motion as amended.
Final action on proposal, or on RC 183, the action plan as amended. Godfrey.
Yes.
Mike Wood.
Yes.
John Wood.
Yes.
Zaray.
No.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Svensson.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Motion Motion carries 4 in favor, 3 against, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. What time does the board wish to resume? 2 o'clock? 2 o'clock seem to be consensus? We'll come back at 2 o'clock and start on Committee of the Whole, Group 4. In the meantime, the commissioner is going to have prepared a list of those proposals within Group 4 that may have already been addressed in this action plan that was just voted upon, so that the audience knows, should they wish to testify, that indeed that subject matter has been covered and may very well be the subject of a motion to withhold action. And so it would mean you're entitled to testify, but it doesn't compel you to testify. And with that, we'll sit at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Just kudos to Marit and to Mike. Really, they put in extraordinary hours and effort in this. And though I have no sympathy for Marit simply because she's been at it long enough, but to put a new member to the test on this issue, that was cruel and unusual punishment. Thank the both of you. We'll resume in session. We're going to begin with Committee of the Whole number 4, but before going into there, you will see in RC 186, which is being distributed as I speak to the board members, staff has gone through the proposals in the remaining groups, or committees, I should say, and groups 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and identified those that have been addressed in the action plan. And what that signifies, or what that may mean to you, is that if it's in the plan, it is very unlikely to be revisited during a specific proposal. But any member has a right to bring that up, don't get me wrong. You will still retain the ability and the absolute right to testify during each of these proposals as they come up. But do understand that by identifying them, we believe them to have already been covered. And so you may wish to hold your words, you may wish to modify them, but nonetheless, you have the right to address. So with that going forward, I'm going to turn the mic over to a moment to our executive director to go through the lead numbers of the proposals, or however he wishes to address it, that we're going to be identifying. Art?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, these are just my recommendations for the board to consider which proposals to take no action on. And my rationale in putting this list together was essentially that the action plan now overrides a whole lot of the management plans that are on the books, and will be, in effect, overriding those regulations for quite some, probably several board cycles, most likely. And so if it was a proposal to change a regulation that is overridden by something in the action plan, that's what guided my recommendations here. So you'll see, obviously, there's a lot of overlap in Committee 4. We do have some proposals that remain in, and as you go through the remaining committees, there's less and less that kind of falls out, or at least is fewer that have recommendations for no action. As the chair mentioned, I think during the committee discussion, the public can certainly make arguments for leaving proposals in and deliberating on them. And of course, when it gets to deliberations, and if a member makes a recommendation for no action based on my recommendations and another member disagrees, they can certainly object to that and the board can deliberate it. So this is not necessarily a final list dispatching proposals. So just my recommendations. I really want to thank staff. They helped me on this, and I think there was general concurrence with my recommendations here. So hopefully this will help us get through the rest of the meeting a little more efficiently.
I hope. I certainly hope so, and I appreciate you going through those efforts. And just one last item of business before we go into Committee of the Whole. Mr. Godfrey, I've been informed that you were considering some reconsideration action of some sort or another. Could you put your intentions on the record?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I had some discussions with a few different stakeholders during the lunch break. And at the moment, I do not feel necessarily equipped to bring a reconsideration vote on those matters, but I'm not going to dismiss that with prejudice at the moment. I do understand I have 24 hours, so I'll make no motion at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go into Committee of the Whole, Group 4. The audience has been informed of the rules. No, it has to be new information. And I'm just going to add an extra one. If you represent an AC and you already got on record what your position is, what your vote is, et cetera, please don't repeat it here on the record. We have it in our RCs, et cetera, already. So there'd be no need to do it, and hold repetitive testimony down to a bare minimum, because Mr. Swenson will cut you off if you repeat yourself. With that, I turn it over to Mr. Swenson.
Well, good afternoon, and I guess we're going into the committee here. I won't just follow what Mr. Wood said. New information only. If you got something to testify, come up to the front and sit in the front row. And so let's try to move this along as quick as we can, because we're kind of behind with all the stuff that's gone on. So the first one I have here would be 83, proposal 83. Okay, what,
For the record, Francis Estelila representing myself.
Francis, could you hold on a moment?
do you have 80?
Yeah,
Where's 80?
Oh, sorry.
you can go ahead with 83 if you want to, but 80 is the first one on the list.
Well, actually, I have 80 and 81 as part of the King Salmon Plan.
I see where the confusion is now.
Or 80 and 83.
83 is largely part of the plan already addressed, and I would just testify at this point. I would forego all the pieces of that plan except for one clause, which is also addressed in a separate proposal, number 147, and that is when we are going to retain a king salmon, that the annual limit be reduced to 1. So that was a, you know what? I'm going to retract that, actually, because I think the original proposal, if we were going to retain, if there was rules to retain a king salmon over 34 inches, I would vote that it would be an annual limit of 1. So at this point, I'll just retract everything in 83, and I will retract number 147 as well. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Francis.
Mrs. Swenson?
So
You will have to go through them as they appear on here, even though they've been listed on out.
Okay. All right, so proposal 80. I have that as part of the King Salmon Plan. So anybody have anything to say about 80?
Mr. Chair, do you want a description of it from staff, or it's Matt at the table? Do you want a description from staff, or do you want to go straight to public?
I think we just go straight to the public, unless you want to chime in.
You're getting some no's over here.
There's a whole complement of people that are listening, and I know that when we were at a previous meeting, if the staff wasn't reading it in, people were having a hard time following along where we were at. So I think just for, the sake of everybody to know where we're at, it's not a bad idea to have the staff just read it in.
Okay, that sounds good to me. I guess you'll read it in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll be brief, just with a brief description. Proposal 80 seeks to modify restrictions to the Eastside Set-Net fishery that allow opportunity for commercial harvest at escapement levels below the lower bound of the OEG, but above 11,750 Kenai River king salmon of all sizes.
Thank you. Does anybody wish to speak to this? Seeing none, we'll move to 83.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 83 seeks multiple modifications to the Kenai River Late Run King Salmon Plan.
Does anyone wish to speak to this? Okay, here we are. Monty, have at it.
Monty Roberts, for the record. Through the chair, through the process and discussions, we offered up a lot of concessions in order to get an OEG of 15,000. We didn't get that, so we would not be supporting lowering a limit in the future. And to speak to the other commenters, it seems like every time we offer up a concession, somebody reallocates it to somebody else. So, thank you.
Thank you, Monty. Anyone else wish to speak to this? If not, we'll go to 85. Staff.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 85 would prohibit the use of motorized vessels in all Kenai River sport fisheries if the king salmon sport fishery is closed.
Anyone wishing to speak to this? Okay, if not, we'll move on to 86.
Proposal 86 would prohibit bait in the Kenai River through October 31st if the king salmon sport fishery is closed by emergency order.
Anyone wish to speak to that?
Monty with Roberts with the Kenai River Professional Guide Association. We are definitely opposed to this. This is well after king salmon have died, and bait is sometimes a very popular, especially for, you know, private sport anglers to fish for silvers, and there's parts of the river that's important to them, especially in dirty water conditions. Basically anything below the middle fork of the Keeley could be basically unfishable without bait in certain water conditions. So we oppose this. Thanks.
Thank you. Kevin, how are you today?
Well, thank you. Kevin Delaney, Kenai River Sport Fishing Association. Apologize, I don't know the RC number of our booklet here, but on page 41 of the booklet, we list our position on this proposal as support. That's a typo. We oppose this proposal. And this is one of the proposals that the department has highlighted to be heard. So I think it's real important that we put in our input at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Wood?
Kevin, I just wanted to commend your organization as well as the Matsu organization on the two booklets you put together. They were both very, very detailed and very, very pertinent. I just appreciate that kind of information.
Thank you very much.
You want to put your name on the record?
Yeah, this is Eric Nice, author of this proposal. To me, this seems like it's a common sense proposal that actually shares the burden of conservation for kings. If this board just determined that an exploitation of 20 kings was too much in the set-netted fleet. So allowing bait in river during the coho season will catch kings. That has been proven time and again. So minimizing any opportunity to not interact with kings in any capacity is critical. And this does not take away any opportunity in the coho fishery. They can still be out there catching fish whenever it's legally open. This just removes the potential to interact with king salmon in any way and still providing plenty of opportunity within the coho fishery.
Thank you. Just hang on just a second. All right, next, come on, back up or? No, you're fine. Anyone else wish to speak to this? Mr. Pappas?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. George Pappas, Office of Subsistence Management, and PC was at 220 and RC 45, Office of Subsistence Management submitted their comments. You'll notice there's a series of proposals, including 86 that we have neutral, and at the same rationale. I'd like to say this one time and not have to mention it again for the rest of the meeting. OSM supports measures for decreased mortality in populations in times of conservation. However, adopting any of these proposals would limit opportunity for federally qualified subsistence users because federal subsistence regulations sometimes default to state sport fish regulations. OSM is neutral on this because a federal in-season manager who was here the other day could issue short-term special actions to restore federal subsistence opportunity if necessary for the continuations of subsistence uses. Federal subsistence fisheries proposals could also be submitted during the future cycles to decouple federal subsistence regulations from the sport fishery regulations, therefore permanently restoring federal subsistence opportunity. So you'll see a little more than a half dozen proposals that we've made neutral comments on. I just want to put that on record. There is a federal subsistence fishery in the river, and for Chinook, it goes through August. One of the fisheries goes through August 15th. One of the fisheries goes through August 31st. And just for the record, the amount of harvest that's been taken in the last 15, 17 years, I think, is 5 animals, 5 or 6 kings. So it's not a big issue here, but there is exploitation on a minor scale in the federal subsistence fishery. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Pappas. Anyone else wish to speak to this?
Mr. Chairman, unusual request, but could I have Monty Roberts come back up for a second? Because while he was testifying, I was trying to look for specific dates, and I have found them now. Monty, if I understood you correctly, your testimony was that basically the period covered by this proposal would be after the Kings have already run, is that correct?
Correct.
So that would be June 20th through August 15th. So June 20th, basically the Kings have passed through?
Through the chair, I saw the proposal to read through October 31st.
You're correct. There it is. I didn't look at the next line. Thank you. That's what I was trying to do, is get specific dates as to what we're dealing with. Thank you.
All right.
Anyone else wish to testify to this? Okay, moving on, let's go to 87.
Mr. Chair, and I apologize, I don't think I identified myself. For those listening at home, I am Matt Miller still. I am the Sport Fish Management Coordinator for Sport Fish Cook Inlet Fisheries. Proposal 87 would prohibit guided sport fishing on the Kenai and Kasilof rivers when sport fishing for king salmon is closed.
Come on up. Kevin?
Kevin Delaney, Kenai River Sport Fishing. For starters, I'm only going to testify on our behalf on those proposals that the staff has highlighted to be heard. So you won't see me up here on all the rest of them. And on 87, to prohibit guided sport fishing, and also on 88, to prohibit non-residents. Of course, we're opposed to this, but I would add, to take an action like that, to act in the positive on either of those, it would seem to me that it would be really incumbent upon us to ask ourselves, what are we trying to accomplish here? Because the greatest economic value that is returned to the state on these resources probably comes from those two sources. So we are opposed to that. And thank you for the opportunity to talk.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to testify to this, on this? Okay, let's move on then to 88.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 88, excuse me, I got a little esophageal tickle there, would prohibit non-residents from sport fishing from a guide vessel on the Kenai River when sport fishing for king salmon is closed.
Anyone wishing to speak to this?
Eric Nice, the author of the proposal. Really, we have an issue where there's just too much pressure on spawning grounds. We're not producing enough kings. There's an inhospitable spawning environment. There's hundreds of boats going over the spawning grounds each and every day. And I should have been up here earlier to address 85, but in lieu of data from the department, I had to reach out or find information on decibel levels on peer-reviewed studies, which was present, I stated that in 85, which I would like to address for this proposal as well. There's decibel levels between 90 and 140 from outboards. And when you have that many outboards on the river every single day, it makes an inhospitable spawning environment. So we need to find a way to remove pressure on spawning grounds. This seems like it is a somewhat fair restriction to allow better opportunity for fish to spawn than make it into the river. As senators have been completely shut out of this fishery now, we need to provide better opportunity for these fish to spawn. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Godfrey.
Yeah, if you could return to the podium. So your opening statement indicated that there was too much pressure on the spawning grounds. I'm just curious what the baseline is that you looked at. Obviously, I'm not seeing it in this proposal. What's the baseline that you compared that to? And how far back was that?
Excuse me, we don't have environmental impact statements from the department to really work off of. And so I looked at river systems where there's pressure on the river. Bristol Bay has had incredible runs with minimal pressure on the river. You start looking at river systems that receive immense pressure down the west coast. Now we're seeing it in the Cook Inlet. Those runs do not have sustained success. So protecting the spawning grounds is the number one thing we can do to have sustained runs. But when we are having this much motorized activity, it is not compatible with a healthy spawning environment. Subjectively, you could say this is why the Kasilof still has viable king runs and the Kenai does not. They are a drift-only river.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You were talking about, is that that decibel, that study?
Sorry, figuring this out. Yes, sir, that's a peer-reviewed study. I can pull it up for you if you give me 1 second. I can give you the exact information on it.
Yeah, sure, go ahead. But I was wondering if, is that decibel level, was that studied underwater, or is that just an outboard, noise level in the air, that they arrived at those?
It was in the water. So it ranged in rigid hull inflatables with outboards from 90 to 240 horsepower. So it's not directly applicable to what we're facing here in the Kenai with 50 horse outboards. But it did find that the shallower the water, the higher the decibel readings. So we have to infer a little bit, but water is water. Noise travels through water the same way regardless of where you're at. So we are having excessive noise levels per this study in the Kenai River.
I worked for a week one time, or a couple weeks down in Washington at a hatchery, and it was really amazing the level to which eggs get killed when they're in that sensitive period, that 30-day period, and just nudging one of those that egg incubation trays, hitting it with another tray can kill 1 million eggs just like that. And so, anyway, that's why I'm asking that.
Ms. Van Dort?
Yeah, do you have any data or information to share about the numbers of resident versus non-resident guided, and how, and what the savings could be from excluding non-resident trips?
No, I don't. I do know it would be a high proportion of the fishery. And with a lack of solid data for the most of this process and keeping fishermen out of the water, it seems like we could speculate a little bit, saying that this would have a savings. I also have the study now. It's the Acoustical Society of America, Underwater Sound of Rigid Hull Inflatable Boats, and I'll be submitting this as an RC.
Anyone else on the board? Anyone else out in the audience?
Good afternoon. Josh Hayes, Kenai River Guide. Speaking on my own behalf at this juncture. The Kenai River currently has no fishing regulations, no fishing from a boat regulations around staging areas for king salmon in river, accompanying every single tributary that these runs currently go up to spawn, number one. And number two, we've got 17 miles of spawning area that is completely drift only. We also have hours on the river that eliminate the opportunity for guided fishing to take place. So there's already parameters set that assess this situation in the event that the previous speaker is speaking to guided non-residents. Additionally, there is legislation currently going through Juneau right now that would change potentially the effects of a residency declaration. That in itself could eliminate a lot of people that are snowbirds from participating in this fishery once this residency thing is changed. So in the event that it might be. So if we're gonna be speculative, we need to be speculative along those parameters as well.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll move on to, oh, I'm sorry.
And it,
Wasn't trying to cut you off there.
I didn't know I was that small that it couldn't be seen, so, thank you. My name is David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. I need a little bit of clarification. On the group as a whole, we have 82 and 89, which are our proposals, but then on this RC 186 that was put out, they're not on there, so is that just a mistake or what?
If I might address that, I see 82 on page 3. No, it doesn't follow the order. And 89 is also on page 3. It comes in later on during this group.
Oh, you hit them on me. Okay.
You're not that easily deceived, Dave.
Okay, so that answered my question. Thank you. So, okay, well, I'll deal with 89 later then, but it deals with the same issue, so. Thank you for the clarification.
And I'll try not to overlook you next time. Anyone else wish to testify on 88? Seeing none, let's go on to 90. Staff?
Thank you. For the record, I'm Colton Lipka, Upper Cook Inlet Commercial Fisheries Area Management Biologist. Proposal 90 would extend the mandatory weekly closure window in the upper sub-district set gillnet fishery from 36 hours to 48 hours. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody wish to testify to this? Okay, let's move on to 91. Staff?
Mr. Chair, Proposal 91 would allow commercial set gillnet fishing as prescribed in the Kenai River Lake Run Sockeye Salmon Management Plan after August 1st if the Kenai River Lake Run King Salmon OEG is projected to be met. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody wishing to testify to this? Okay, let's move on to 92.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 92 would allow commercial set gillnet fishing in the East Foreland section of the Upper Subdistrict when the Kenai and Kasilof sections are restricted or closed under the provisions of the Kenai River Lake Run King Salmon Management Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to testify to this? Okay, let's move on to 93.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 93 would allow commercial set gillnet fishing in the East Foreland section of the Upper Subdistrict from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on Mondays and Thursdays when the Kenai and Kasilof sections are restricted or closed under provisions of the King Salmon Management Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody wishing to testify to this? Okay, let's move on to 93. 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 94 would modify the number of set gillnets that may be used in the east side set net commercial fishery if the Kenai River Sport fishery is restricted to allow for additional shorter nets that maintain the current aggregate lengths for 29 and 45 mesh depth nets. Thank you.
Anyone wishing to testify to this? Seeing none, let's move on to 95.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 95 would modify the length and depth of set gillnets may be used in the east side set net commercial salmon fishery under mandatory gear restrictions if the Kenai River Sport fishery is restricted. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to testify to this? Seeing none, let's move on to 96.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 96 seeks to allow the use of set gillnets in a flagged orientation in the upper subdistrict when the Kenai River Lake Run King Salmon escapement is projected to be less than 15,000 large fish. Thank you.
Come on up.
Lance Aldrin, the author of the proposal.
I testified last Sunday regarding this, and since then, both Mr. Zure, I believe it was, mentioned that he was surprised that we had not talked about alternative gear types, and also the entry commission comments that were submitted for this board meeting mentioned that maybe we need to look at some alternative gear types. So I've talked to a few of you here this week, and I would like to get something from the board that would make looking at alternative gear types a legitimate effort as opposed just to some random data. I had mentioned last week that I fish a flag net consistently, and over a 7-year period, I had caught one small jack in that net. However, I'm in the East Forelands, and we don't catch many kings up there, so I'm not a good representative data sample to show that flag nets aren't going to catch kings. I would like to get some type of effort from the board to promote exploring this, and we've had, I think, a proposal on a beach seine. We've had commercial dip net proposals. This particular proposal of mine, I've submitted 4 different times as an ACR, and it was, never addressed. So that's why I'm here speaking to the board on this, hoping to get some momentum that we can actually do some tests. And I know I had talked to the commissioner, and he mentioned budgetary constraints and stuff like that. I'm hoping that we can find fishermen who would be willing to fish, maybe with a commissioner's permit, fish some alternative methods without any compensation other than maybe being able to sell the fish, so that we can see if there's something else that we can do out there during times when the traditional set net fishery is closed. I'm not looking to replace the gear type or anything like that. I'm just looking at periods when we're closed. So in lieu of closure, we would fish a different gear type.
Mr. Wood?
Thank you. Lance, where I thought we left off after your testimony the other day was you were going to address through an RC or some mechanism how to deal with the situation that keep the 600-foot separation from you and your neighbors as well as your own nets. And have I missed that RC? Is it somewhere in here?
I did not put that in as an RC. I kind of changed directions on that. Instead of it being a fleet-wide effort, it would instead become, maybe 3 to 5 fishermen going forth. And what I'm hoping to do here, if we're not doing, katana study or whatever it is, I'm hoping we can do something where maybe 3 to 5 fishermen participate and that the board would accept their data even though it wasn't under the oversight of some scientific activity or agency.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to have to bring this one on up, but when I was dealing with legislative staff back in 2013, there was a gentleman by the name of Gary Halia who was pioneering the shortened net, and he did so on his own volition. You may want to follow his example, how he went about getting others to join with him in trying out new methods of fishing.
Okay.
Mr. Zure?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to let you know that when Proposal 103 comes up, there's an RC for that I've submitted, 168, and it has to do with dip nets during the closures for the set net fleet. And if you could want to look at that.
Okay.
But it won't be coming up now.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else?
I have one suggestion too, and I can't think of the gentleman that I talked to, but he sits, I talked to him about the seining, beach seining.
Okay.
And any of the board know, and I can't think of his name, sits right over there by the, Brian? Brian Gabriel.
Okay.
Gabriel. And you might want to talk to him because, he had some ideas about it and what you'd have to go through.
Okay.
Since we're
on this discussion. I was going to wait till deliberations, but the department's very interested in looking at alternative gear types that reduce chinook salmon mortality. We had money last year to do the Katama study. We're interested in having that study get to the next step, as well as looking at what this gentleman's talking about with flag nets, as well as the opportunities to do what Brian Gabriel's talking about with seine gear. Right now, we don't have money identified for that, but there are a couple pots of money coming our way. One may be the disaster relief funding that's coming. Some of that money is supposed to be used for research, and clearly, this is one of the research avenues that I've heard both the commercial fishing industry as well as sport fishing industry and the department has identified as a high need. That may be some of that money that's coming our way, or there is a potential for legislative money coming. So the more money, the more you can convince your legislators this is worthwhile doing, the better off it's going to be. So.
Okay. Anything else? Good.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to 97. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 97 would amend the Keenan River Late Run King Salmon Management Plan to allow 24 hours of 29 meshes depth fishing opportunity in the upper sub-district east side set net fishery, and prohibit the use of bait and multiple hooks and retention of king salmon in the Keenan River King Salmon Sport Fishery through July 20th. If the OEG is not projected to be met, then the east side set net and King Salmon Sport Fisheries would close until the OEG is projected to be met, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to testify to this? Seeing none, we'll move on to 98.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 98 allows restricted set gill net fishing opportunity in the east side set net fishery when Keenan River Late Run King Salmon escapement is projected to be less than 15,000 large fish. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to testify to this? Seeing none, let's move on to 99.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 99 would revise several aspects of the Keenan River Late Run King Salmon Management Plan, including establishing an all-fish goal, modifying preamble language, paired restrictions, and establishing date-based criteria. Thank you.
Anyone wishing to testify to this? Come on up.
This is Paul Shadura. This is my proposal. I find it's a real travesty that for the public to submit their proposals prior to April, to show up here on their own expense, since the board decided not to go down to the peninsula, and then go through the process of adopting a plan, overall plan that supersedes everything that we submitted. Is that really the way the process is supposed to work? Or maybe this process works that way because it's intended to work that way. Anyway, so on Proposal 99 attempts to look at what was working prior to the inconsistencies that are happening now. And 99 takes into consideration the management schemes that were in place from 2017 back 20, 30 years. In fact, most of the data that's derived that they use for apportionments for statistical analysis is all from those previous years. So we're not using the data so much, it's new, relatively new, and unproven. And maybe since 2017, 2020, escapement goals haven't been met because we were relying on a new set of science. We're relying on error upon error upon error. So again, 99 is an attempt to go back to what was real, what we could understand, what the public understood. With that, I do have another RC to submit. It took me a while to come up with the figures of all king returns. I couldn't get them for all the years. That's the worst annual management report I've ever seen from the Commercial Fishery Division. It's taken me a solid 2 weeks to go through it. It's terrible. But at any rate, just for your information, in 2017, totaling all fish and that was under 75 centimeters that was harvested And in the escapement counts, the department did supply me with their assessments that they don't support because, anyway. So, but they did supply me with these figures with that caveat. In 2017, 36,368 kings returned to the Kenai River. In 2018, and I'll just read the numbers, they don't have to go each state, 27,859. In 2019, 21,377. In 2020, 17,745. In 2021, 18,313. In 2022, 21,179. In 2023, 20,197. Now, if you look at these figures in a row, and these aren't my figures, these are the departments, the commissioner's staff that supplied this information to me, it wouldn't appear to me that we're having a disastrous situation here. In fact, it looks fairly stable. In fact, it looks better than a lot of the numbers for Kings and Chinook across the state. Very surprising. So I would ask the board to reconsider their position and look at maybe going back to what was real, considering counting all the fish, considering all the parameters and the justifications within the proposal that talk about several different studies and analysis, both in Alaska and on the West Coast in Canada, that support 8% reductions in king salmon and the assessments that and the reasons why the fish are getting smaller to account for survivability issues in the ocean. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Wood.
I noticed you were reading from a sheet of paper. Paul, have you submitted that already as an RC?
No, it's like I say, it's taken me 2 weeks to sort out the stuff, and I'm pretty good at this, you know?
Yeah.
But
Yeah, you have been relatively good over the years. Would you please submit that as an RC, so going over tonight in preparation for deliberations, I can have that at my disposal?
and thank you, Chairman. And I guess I will, and I appreciate it. And yes, if I bring something up and I discuss it, it's because I've analyzed it, I've studied it, and I've verified the information, such as all the different positions of law that I've presented to the board and RCs. You may see those again. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, let's move on to 101. Staff?
Mr. Chair, do you mean proposal 100?
Yes, 100. Thank you.
Thank you. Proposal 100 would amend the Kenai River Lake Run King Salmon Management Plan and allow set gill net periods within 600 feet of mean high tide for 24 hours per week when large Kenai River king escapements were between 13,500 and 15,000. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to testify to this? Okay, moving on, let's go to 101.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 101 would count hours fished in the Eastside Set Net Fishery 600-foot fishery towards the weekly hour limits outlined in the pair of restrictions of the Kenai River Lake Run King Salmon Management Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you coming up here there, Monty? All right, buddy.
Monty Roberts from Soldotna, through the chair. This was put in there because the 600-foot fishery was part of a negotiation for an OEG, and in 2020 at the board meeting, the board just took action to, go back on that agreement, and we would ask that that 600-foot fishery be accounted for in hours because, we try to honor our agreements, but if they're broken, then we expect I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, let's move on to 102. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For clarification, proposals 81 and 102 are duplicate proposals, so those are both covered in staff comments. Proposals 81 and 102 would allow commercial set gillnet fishing periods in the east side set net fishery within 600 feet of mean high tide for 24 hours when Kenai River late run large king salmon escapements are above 13,500 and below 15,000. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to testify to this? Okay, let's move on to 103.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 103 would add dip nets as legal gear to the upper sub-district and allow the use of those dip nets in the east side set net fishery within 600 feet from shore from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. when commercial periods for set gill nets are not open from June 20th to August 15th. Thank you.
Come on up.
Mr. Chairman, Kevin Delaney, Kenai River Sport Fishing Association. In my public testimony upon questioning, I gave a fairly negative answer regarding the use of alternative gears like dip nets in the east side set net fishery. I want to clarify that was in the context of the development of an action plan, and we have really no position on it here as a proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing? Here we come.
Thank you, Virgil Umfenauer, Fairbanks AC. I spoke about this issue earlier, and this is a good way, and it is done on the Yukon currently. It has been done on the Yukon since 2012, where dip nets are used to harvest a species with a harvestable surplus while releasing species that have no harvestable surplus, such as king salmon in this case. And also, it addresses a petition that was put in when I was on the board by the an east side set netter that wanted to have a fishery for pink salmon, and but they didn't want to fish with dip nets for pink salmon while releasing late run sockeye and early run coho, but it could be used for that as well. And so Mr. Zare has worked with the department and worked up language to replace proposal 103. And so if that was put on the table, it could be amended just a little bit and used any time as an additional tool for the managers to harvest surplus fish while not harvesting fish that could be released that are having conservation issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wood?
Thank you. I spoke with Mr. Zare, and he has his proposed substitute in regulatory language already. If you have amendments to do that document, I would hope you would get a hold of Shalene and have those amendments prepared in regulatory language so that we can proceed expeditiously when this comes up for deliberation.
And Mr. Zare has already done that.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Virgil. Anyone else wishing to testify to? Gary, come on up.
Thank you, Gary Hollier, Eastside Set Netter. Not real crazy about the option of fishing dip nets, but in light of what happened with the stock of management concern, I've conferred with 5 grandchildren, and they are all in. So whatever Mr. Zare could do to give us some opportunity, we will take it. And it's not the best option, but I think we certainly can retain sockeye and let go of every king. I don't know if I can not bring them in the boat without letting them go, but we'll try, and I think it'd be a really good alternative in light of the situation that the Eastside Set Nets are in. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. On up.
Yeah, hi, my name is Dan Norman. So I'm just reading through 103, and I see some language in there that says a 25-foot overall length and vessel. My skiff's 26 feet, so there's any way to change that, that would be appreciated. Thanks.
Thank you, Dan. Mr. Zaret?
Guess it'd be appropriate to say that, this RC 168 will be an amendment to this to replace 103, which is no longer appropriate after the work we did this morning.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify to this? Seeing none, let's move on to 104. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 104 would create a new Kenai River Lake Run King Salmon Management Plan that includes a total allowable catch, new gear types, redefined harvest areas, and a fisherman's memorandum of understanding. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Nathan Hoff. I'm the proposer. Somewhat of a total allowable catch generally comes into play, I think, a lot of times on bycatch, which, that's kind of been a word that's tallied around a lot around king salmon, and it's definitely not the case. But I guess if you were going to allow harvest beyond what you've already shut down fisheries for, you might be able to consider that kind of in that light. And so this proposal would be basically looking at setting some degree of harvest, specifically going into the fisherman's memorandum to support processing facilities and innovating methods means. I would be specifically looking at the Katama study in that respect. Pretty much the SetNet's plan had a lot to do with targeting their moving nets, which I was very interested in. It seemed to be pretty much spot on for what I could see from my site. So I thought that was really a good thought in regarding methods means. I've also made another proposal regarding a blocking lead net. And there was some discussion about, basically just zero kings being caught. And I'm like, well, maybe there would be zero kings caught in such a situation. We'll get to that proposal later, but without being able to innovate and actually see what kind of effect these innovations might have, you're kind of like no further ahead in any presumed gains, I would say, if that makes any sense. Because as soon as you start fishing again, presuming you have the exact same gear and the exact same fishing the same way, you're pretty much exactly where we are now. So I would strongly encourage opportunity for those purposes, specifically taking the Katama study into effect and other potential innovation. Regarding moving forward to that, so new gear type, obviously sites could fish dip nets if that was an alternative gear. I had suggested a 10 or 15 fathom gill net, but CFVC says that is likely conflicting. They would have to go back to the board and talk about that in different ways because all drift nets are already CFVC, like a permitted gill type, or you know what I'm saying. So dip net they did not feel would be an issue. I did suggest new harvest areas. Last Board of Cycle meetings, I had a proposal to fish in the personal use dip netted area, and some of the conversation there was that there could be a conflict between user groups. Otherwise, it was also stated that there was presumed to be obviously no conflict in harvest. Those are just some of the things from the conversation. But the two harvest areas I have described are the river malls, which is the appropriate place to probably fish dip nets, like commercially, just like set nets are the appropriate, gear type for the east side set net beaches. So if you're actually going to take a commercial shot at it, the areas I've described here, I think, are the appropriate place to do it. And I put an RC in that respect, which made these suggestions, whether or not this would be necessary, but in order to, this was getting into conversation about alternative gear. And I don't know, I can just skip that part about transferring, I don't know, but I had suggested that the commercial openings just be like, whenever it's directed at that stock. It could just be open all the time, I don't know, but it could also be whenever a commercial opener is directed at that stock, Kenai or Kasilof, being fishery directed by EO.
Thank you, Nathan. Any questions? Ms. Van Dort? Nathan?
Just quick, what was that RC that you were referring to, please?
I don't know.
Oh.
I'm not sure.
You don't have a number for it yet? Okay.
Well, there is a number, but I don't know what it is. It's,
Okay, thanks. I thought maybe you had it in your hand.
No.
Okay.
I'm not sure what the number is.
I'll look for it, thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none, let's move on to 105. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Gene?
My name is Gene Sandone, representing myself. I was contracted by Yukon Delta to try and get selective methods on the Yukon River, and we used dip nets, beach seines. We also tested in-river purse seines, a small purse seine that was 75 fathoms long and 3-inch seine mesh and 100 meshes deep, and we found it very, very productive. And I don't know much about the inlet, but I thought maybe they could use something like that to harvest sockeye salmon and release king salmon during slack tides or some hours before and after slack time. I did it under the commissioner's permit. Unfortunately, the board didn't see fit to pass a proposal to use that. But the drift and set gill net permits were allowed to use dip nets and beach seines for commercial at that time. And I want to relate just one thing. The first period, I got laughed at when I went up there. There's no doubt about it. But during the first commercial period where they used dip nets, 2 people went out in the opening. And they did fairly well. In the next opening, a lot more people participated. And now there's quite a few people participating when there is commercial fishery. I'm not sure whether it's 12 hours or 24 hours, but they fish every day with the dip nets and release the king salmon.
Thank you, Gene. Anyone else? Mr.
Yes,
Godfrey?
I would ask Gene if he'd come back to the podium. Sorry, I was a little late on that. Just for context, Gene, because I have none on this, what is good? Define good fishing with a dip net.
Oh, it was very poor in comparison to the gill net, but it gave those people the opportunity to fish and to make some money so that they could pursue their subsistence way of life. So it wasn't gangbusters, and I can get that data for you if you want it.
I would be curious, just for context, because I've gotten on, as I said, and if it's a per hour basis or a day of 6 to 8 hours of effort, just something, because I'm flying blind on this otherwise.
Yeah, and one more point I wanted to make is that they used 4 dip nets and 1 person in the boat, and they just threw them out and let them bang on the bottom, and they attended to one if it started jumping. So that's the way they operated there.
Thank you, Gene.
Thank you. Andy?
Yes, Andy Couch. I'm representing myself here. With restrictions in my area, I've been dip netting quite a bit. I've participated in the copper and in the Susitna. And what you kind of heard from Mr. Hollier, he didn't know if he could release fish without pulling them out of the water. And I can attest that it's difficult, okay? And you heard Mr. Sandone say that, they were pulling them into the boat. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying that's the situation. The other situation that I've been trying to find, and I've had a real hard time, there used to be up in our area, people would supply regular netting, seine netting type netting instead of the gill net stuff, and it's very hard for me to find anything except gill net material in a dip net. And I would think that would be, if we were doing something like this, it would be beneficial for the commercial fishermen, and I think it would be beneficial for people like me that don't want to untangle a fish out of a gill net in their dip net. So I just put that forward, that there's probably some type of net material that would work better for what we're looking to do.
Just a real small point. We used single strand monofilament, and they did release them. They didn't pull them into the boat. They released them, just flipped them right out. And the single strand works a heck of a lot better than the multi-strand monofilament.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify to this? Well, let's move on to 105. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 105 would allow a 600-foot set gillnet commercial fishery for 2 12-hour periods in the east side set net fishery when the Kenai River late run large king salmon goal is not projected to be met, or excuse me, the optimal escapement goal is not projected to be met. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to testify to this? Okay, moving on. I need to see where we're going here on the page. Moving on to 106. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 106 would require gear restrictions as prescribed in the Kenai River Lake Run King Salmon Management Plan to be implemented during commercial periods in the east side set net fishery when restricted to fishing within 600 feet of mean high tide. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to testify to this? Seeing none, let's move on to 107.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 107 would eliminate the east side set net 600-foot fishery by prohibiting set gillnet fishing within 1/2 mile of the mean high tide mark and allowing set gillnet fishing outside of that boundary. Thank you.
Thank you. Monty?
Monty Robertson from Soldotna, speaking on behalf of the Kenai River Professional Guide Association. We put this proposal in to just open the discussion that, like you saw in the Katama study, we believe that nets fished off the bottom are less hazardous king salmon. We did withdraw our support for this and kind of say neutral because in discussions with commercial fishermen, some of them a 1/2 mile off are still not off the bottom. So we would withdraw our distance and just say that the measures you guys took that seek to fish around high water and off the bottom are satisfactory to us. Thanks.
Thank you, Monty. Anyone else? Seeing none, let's move on to 107. 8.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 108 would exempt commercial fishing periods limited to within 600 feet of mean high tide in the east side set net fishery from time and gear restrictions in the Kenai River Lake Run King Salmon Management Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to testify to this? Seeing none, let's move on to 110.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 110 would allow commercial fishing within 1,500 feet from the mean high tide mark in the east side set net fishery from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on Mondays and Thursdays when the Kenai River Lake Run King Salmon OEG of 15,000, 30,000 is not projected to be achieved. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to testify to this? Okay. Let's move on to 116.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 116 would remove mandatory closed fishing periods or windows from all management plans in Upper Cook Inlet. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to testify to this?
Yeah, David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. We submitted this proposal, and in light of the action plan that was passed, I think we also need to repeal some of these other restrictions that were put in there. Mandatory windows would be one of them. Eliminating the windows from all the management plans. Mandatory windows, they simply don't work. You know, they work for allocation. They're unreasonable. They have taken away the abundance-based management and the flexibility of the managers to manage on a real-time basis. The result's been tens of millions of sockeye going unharvested. The sports fishery has had a reasonable opportunity to fish, the numbers of fish. There's salmon to harvest. In comparison, the fishermen are restricted and closed down. This is an unfair restriction, and there is no parity in this between the opportunities of commercial and recreational fisheries when you're completely closed, because the commercial fisheries have no other place to go with their CFEC permit. And it's resulted in the commercial fisheries being cut in half or more, and with the action plan, it's even more drastic. So, with that, and then we got the other ones too, other issues of paired restrictions, all that I'll deal with later, but all these restrictions that have been put in place should be off the books. And I hope you guys take them off the books now, because we're in a recovery plan, so-called recovery plan on the Kings. And if they do recover, we shouldn't be going back into the same restrictions that were put on the commercial fisheries to get in this same position that we were before. So they should be addressed at a later date. So with the highly restricted action plan, we need to repeal all those other paired restrictions, windows in this one, and I'll address the next one later. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Anyone else? Oh, here we go.
Nathan Hoff, when you're talking about like plans overall, I referenced in prior comments that I thought ultimately, from what I can tell, the Kenai and the Kasilov section should likely have totally separate management because of the way their gear fishes. That's likely, could likely be the best thing with, you know, the north fishing maybe when the water's moving. The southern beaches, I've heard quite a bit that they would prefer regular periods and abundance based from there. And like, there's a lot of things on the table, but regarding windows, I think that would be an even one thing to totally rethink in that concept, as being like, instead of it being like a shut fishery, possibly staggering like sections, because you'd always have some fish entering a river if you were to do it that way. So I think a window could be like, if you had regular periods and then a window being, you know, like let's say north of the Kenai River in the southern sections, one window, and the K Beach sections, another window. So you have everything coming north and south, and then north and south. So I think that would be a much better use of a window than totally closed. But as it is now, yeah, I think they should actually be repealed as they are now. I think they're quite poor.
Thank you. Anyone else? Let's move on to 109. Staff.
Mr. Chair, did you mean Proposal 117?
Probably. Yes, 117.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 117 would remove all paired restrictive provisions in the Kenai River Lake Run King Salmon Management Plan and the Northern District King Salmon Management Plan. Thank you.
Anyone wishing to testify to this?
Yeah, David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. We submitted this proposal. Again, in light of the action plan, this should be repealed. the paired restriction in the Upper Cook and Salmon Management Plan. The new language would delete all paired restrictions. Management would be based on abundance and harvest of surplus to meet the scientific escapement goals of the BEGs and SEGs. Paired restrictions are creating chronic disasters in the commercial fishery, set net fishery, and fishing-related businesses and community. The paired restrictions have not solved any fishing problems. They have only created mass overescapements and lost harvest of millions of salmon. They negatively affect the commercial fishing industry, communities, national food source, interstate commerce, economies, and also decreases future salmon production resulting from the gross overescapements. They also violate the Magnuson-Stevens Act and other applicable laws. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Anyone else wish to test? Gene?
Gene Sander, Matt Valley, AC. I think you should keep the paired restrictions in the Northern District at least. It's, we're not making escapement goals now. We don't have an allocation for in-river users, and king salmon is a sport fishery, so that should at least remain in place until we get a better plan.
Thank you, Gene. Anyone else? I'll try to keep these numbers straight, so let's move on to 109.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 109 would allow commercial fishing in a new set gillnet area from Humpy Point to the Blanchard Line and within 1/2 mile from the mean high tide mark in the east side set net fishery when Kena River Late Run king salmon optimal escapement goal is not projected to be achieved and the Kasilof River OEG is projected to be exceeded. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to testify to this? Come on up.
This is Paul Shadar. For Mr. Blanchard asked me to assist in putting this in. He's not here. So I'll just kind of give his concept was trying to slow down the amount of sockeye overescapement that's going in the Kasilof River. So he was thinking that protracted gear restriction and a directed line that would include the terminal area might be a useful way to harvest those sockeye on particular times of the year, depending on the department's choosing. Simple as that. They would incorporate the terminal area, but not open the terminal area. That's it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll move on to 75.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 75 and this next group of 4 proposals all are dealing with the OEG of some sort. This one would repeal the OEG, requiring the department to manage the Kenai River Late Run king salmon to achieve the SEG. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Can we deal with all 4 of these at one time? Mr. Wood?
That is within your discretion. An answer short is yes.
Okay, well, let's deal with those 4 all at the same time then. Anyone wish to testify to any of these? Come on up.
Hey, my name is Dan Norman. So I think this is an opportunity where we have kind of a different way of managing 2 different fisheries. You know, when the OEG was kind of put in place, that was allocated to the sport fishery. There's already a 1,500 fish buffer on the bottom end of the SEG. I think if we could manage the commercial fisheries to the already inflated SEG of 13,500 and then the in-river users to 15,500 would be a way to kind of tackle all these 4 proposals.
Thank you.
Gene Sando, Map Valley, we were adamantly opposed to reducing the OEG or removing the OEG. We feel like with the last 3 brood year returns not replacing themselves, you're mining the escapement. That's not a good position to be in. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify to any of these 4? Seeing none, let's move on to
Number 79, Mr. Chair.
79. Thank you.
Proposal 79, similar, creates additional step-down measures to the Kenai River Late Run King Salmon Plan, allowing fishing opportunity below the OEG but above the SEG. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak to this? Here we go.
Yeah, my name's Dan Norman. I wrote this one, so this is just, it was a way to have some opportunity for commercial harvesters when we're projecting the SEG as well as in-river users. But in light of the action plan, just withdraw support for it.
Thank you, Dan. Anyone else? Okay, let's move on to 81.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Proposal 81 is a cut and copy paste of 102, which was addressed earlier in this committee.
Anyone? Oh, let's move on then to the next one.
Proposal 82 would repeal portions of the Kenai River Late Run King Salmon Plan that direct the department to manage to the OEG and adopt a new OEG of 12,500 for kings of all sizes. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to testify to this?
Yeah, thank you. David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. We submitted this proposal. This would delete the sections 5A, C21.359B, C1, D2, and D3. What this does would take out the language, the department shall manage the late run Kenai River King Salmon primary for sports use and provide the sports and guided sports fisher with a reasonable opportunity to harvest these salmon resources over the entire run as measured on the frequency of in-river restrictions. These provisions of this management plan are in effect from June 20th through August 15th, and we changed it to August 31st. And what I read would be deleted. This would repeal the paired restrictions. It would count all kings, not just the large kings. The action plan's kind of taking care of that. One thing that was brought up that the king salmons are smaller now, and that some of the big kings are out of the gene pool for various reasons, and that the SEG of 12.5 is an appropriate SEG because of the 1,500 buffer that was put into the SEG from before. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Anyone else wishing to testify to this? Let's move on then to
Proposal 84.
84.
Proposal 84, Mr. Chair, would close sport fishing for Kenai River Late Run King Salmon upstream of River Mile 14 when the preseason forecast is below 20,000.
Thank you.
Dan Norman, I authored this one. So this is, again, another way of having a kind of a step-down measure in river. We saw a drastic cut to gear in the set net fishery based on the action plan. Everything what I've read in the sport fish part of the action plan is basically status quo. So once those fish get into the river, mile 14, they're past the counter. We got a good idea of what they're gonna actually get to the gravel and spawn. We should protect those fish. I submitted RC 113 to change the number from 20,000 in my original proposal down to 18,750. I thought that was where kind of the bottom end of the OEG was gonna go during some of the early discussion, but I'll resubmit that to be in line with the 18,000 as part of the action plan.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Monty Roberts from Kenai River Professional Guide Association. We would object to this because the nature of the fishery, and there's already a lot of protections put in. We don't contend that the in-river sport fishery is essentially untouched by the action plan since we have no retention below 18. But even if we had retention above 18, we would say that the Soldotna Bridge is still a reasonable demarcation line between harvest opportunity and no harvest opportunity. Thanks.
Thanks, Monty. Anyone else? Okay, let's move on to 89.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 89 would prohibit non-residents from participating in the Kenai River Late Run King Salmon Sport Fishery.
Anyone wishing to testify to, here we go.
Yeah, David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. We submitted this proposal due to the action plan. We think it's important to put in there now that it is legal to close non-residents first when you got concerns on a stock. This would add to 5 AEC 21.359 C. You'd add a number 4, the late run Kenai River king salmon fishing is closed to non-resident sports fishermen. And the low runs of the late run Kenai River king salmon should be closed to non-resident sports fishermen. And this isn't just the only place. There's other places in the state, I understand, that are also closed to non-resident sports fishing. And it is a legal measure that can be done. So if we're in this rebuilding stage of kings, that should be something that's added. Would add that about in the close to 85% or so of both the set net and the commercial or drift commercial fishermen are residents of Alaska. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify to this? Seeing none, let's move on to 146.
Mr. Chair, 146 would align the Kenai River drainage methods and means provisions with the season dates for the Kenai River king salmon.
Anyone wishing to testify to this? Seeing none, let's move on to 147.
Mr. Chair, 147 would amend the Kenai River king salmon annual limit from 5 fish 20 inches or greater in length to 5 fish 20 inches or greater in length, of which only 1 fish may be greater than 34 inches. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to testify to this? Mr. Pappas.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, George Pappas, OSM. We did make comments on PC 220 and 045 on this. I have to make a correction to an earlier statement I said. It is pertinent to this proposal. The late run Kenai River federal subsistence gillnet fisheries limit is 200 fish dead or alive. So whether we release them or whether we retain them, I said dead fish only. I apologize. It is 200 fish that whether they keep them or not keep them. When they reach that number, the fishery will close. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Pappas. Anyone else? Seeing none, let's move on to 148.
Proposal 148 would prohibit fishing from a motorized vessel for king salmon in the Kenai River on Wednesdays and Fridays.
Anyone wishing to testify to this? Seeing none, let's move on to 149.
Proposal 149 would prohibit releasing Kenai River king salmon.
Anyone wish to testify to this? Okay, moving on to number 1.
Proposal 1. For the record, my name's Holly Dixon. I'm the Lower Cook Inlet Division of Sportfish Assistant Area Management Biologist. As a quick reminder, these next 4 proposals were heard at the Lower Cook Inlet meeting in November, and they will be heard and deliberated on here. Proposal 1 would create preseason and in-season management actions for the Upper Cook Inlet summer saltwater king salmon sport fishery based on the Anchor River and the early and late Kenai River preseason forecasts and in-season projections. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Sandone.
Gene Sandone, Matt Valley, AC. I worked on an RC a good part of the morning, but I see that it's on the docket for taking no action. But when the action plan is done and the Kenai late run and early run are back to normal, I suggest that since approximately half of the Cook Inlet origin salmon taken in these marine fisheries are destined to northern Cook Inlet streams, that you also put in paragraph G, if the Deschutes River preseason forecast or in-season projection is less than the lower end of the sustainable escapement goal of 9,000, 18,000 king salmon, the upper Cook Inlet salt waters north of the latitude of Bluff Point, within a mile of shore, shall be closed to retention of king salmon from May 1st to May 15th. Also, would like to change the other dates in paragraph G to May 1st to protect migrating northern Cook Inlet king salmon stocks, because they tend to migrate through the inlet a lot earlier.
Thank you, Gene. Anyone else? Come on up.
For the record, Roland Maw. I'd like to have you look at page 251, which is the map of of Cook Inlet. Note a couple of things for you. The latitude of Bluff Point is located, if you were to look at it on a map, that's about 6 miles below the current anchor point line. And most of that area is in federal waters. And then if you look at the darker area, which is Cape Douglas moving to the east, a great portion of that is in federal waters. And I'd suggest that the state doesn't have authority to manage in that area. That's a matter of current litigation.
Thank you, Mr. Ma. Anyone else? Not seeing any. Is 2 the same as 1 here, or is it different?
It's different.
Okay, let's get to number 2.
Okay, proposal 2. This would prevent preseason management actions for the Upper Cook Inlet summer saltwater king salmon sport fishery.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to testify to this?
Again, roll them off the record, make it quick. Proposals number 1, 2, and 4 all have that same problem.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, let's move on to number 4.
Number 3?
Sorry, 3.
Okay. This would create a management action that pairs the Upper Cook Inlet summer saltwater king salmon sport fishery with the commercial upper subdistrict set gillnet fishery.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to testify to this? Mr. Commissioner.
Yeah, I want to ask my staff a question. So in the action plan closed the salt waters of Cook Inlet, the sport fisheries in the salt waters of Cook Inlet north of the latitude of Bluff Point to the taking of salmon. So how is that affecting proposals 1, 2, 3, and 4?
Yeah, through the chair to the commissioner, for proposal 1, our understanding is that the late run action plan is effective June 20th. And so proposal 1 incorporates preseason actions for early run stocks, including the Anchor River and early run Kenai River.
So it's a date issue.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify to this? So let's move on to number 4, the last one.
Okay, proposal 4 would move the regulatory boundary in Cook Inlet saltwaters for king salmon sport fisheries from the current latitude of Bluff Point to a line from Anchor Point to Sea Otter Point.
Anyone wishing to testify to this? Well, yes.
David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee, just because it's the last one, so figured I'd come up here. Now, we're opposed to this. We think the boundary ought to remain where it's at. This allows more harvest on king salmon, which is an issue now, so just leave it as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify to this? that with, by the end of number 4, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Wood.
Thank you, and impressive. We're going to go on to Group 5, Committee of the Whole. Before doing so, I'm going to have Mr. Nelson explain, because I'm getting questions on reconsideration as to what governs reconsideration. So I'm going to ask him to address that, and I'll have a few comments on it. So, Mr. Nelson, if you would. And board members, please listen up, because these are what's going to control any such motion if it is made. Currently, there is no motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Motions to reconsider, the board has a finding that guides, that has kind of the rules about it. That is found in 2012-267-FB, adopted in 2012. It's also in the book of frequently used policies. It's got 4 points in it. I'll read here quickly. 1, only a board member who voted on the prevailing side of the original issue can move to reconsider a vote. 2, a motion to reconsider must be supported by a presentation of new evidence that was not before the board at the time the original vote was taken. A board member who wishes to reconsider any vote must provide written notice to the chairman or notice on the record of his or her intent to move for reconsideration no later than 24 hours after the vote on the issue that reconsideration is requested. Failure to provide timely notice, either in writing or on the record, will preclude any member from moving to reconsider an earlier vote. And 4, after receiving timely notice from a board member of his or her desire to reconsider a previous vote, the chair shall set a time and date to hear the motion to reconsider. And just for everyone's reference, my log has that final action on the action plan was taken today at 12:32 p.m.
So to...
And just more to add, as well, I know it was mentioned earlier that, my interpretation of Member Godfrey's comments earlier was that it was something he was thinking about, but I did not take that as your notice to do reconsideration at that time, so.
That was my understanding as well. Let's just get that confirmed. Is that right?
That is correct. At this point, I can't say that I can reach the bar for reconsideration, but I haven't dismissed that entirely, but I'm not making that motion at this time.
So that there's no doubt whatsoever, the rule number 1, where only a board member who voted on the prevailing side is entitled to make such a motion, that would be 4 members. That would be Mr. Mike Wood, Mr. Jared Godfrey, myself, and Mr. Tom Carpenter. I will not be making any such motion as the chair. So your options are limited even further to those other 3 would have to make such a motion. The motion must be supported by a presentation of new evidence. I'm just going to give you an experience I had last board cycle, and there was a proposal, and by the way, it's coming back up this next cycle, or this cycle, that I believed I had made a mistake in the vote I had taken and asked that it be reconsidered, and was denied that because it was not new evidence. And it was a correct ruling that they came to. So it's a high hurdle. It's not something that's just, well, I wish I'd voted the other way. That's not going to cut it. And then the board members who wish to consider it will have until 12, whatever the time was that Art just put on the record. And if indeed a notice is received by the deadline tomorrow, the time will be immediate. We're not going to let this linger. So be prepared to do that. And last, before we go to Group 5, tomorrow morning, the starting agenda will be the deliberations on Group 4. If we get through Group 5 today, then it will be followed by Group 5 deliberations. So whatever we finish today will come up first for deliberations tomorrow. And with that, we need to change staff, but what do you need, 10 minutes? Staff?
Ready when you are.
They're ready. So let's go on to Group, what?
Mr. Chair, thanks. I just wanted to make an announcement on the record for everyone. I know we've had the sign up there on the front table about it, and it's in the statements that you make at the opening of the meeting, but remind the public that the page limit for RCs, now that we're well into deliberations, is 5 pages. So I know we've had a number of submissions come in that exceeded that, and we have to turn those back, so.
Turn the gavel over to you, Martin.
Before we start 5, I just want to thank everybody for helping me get through 4, and all of you out there that moved it along. Thanks again.
Okay, let's go ahead and commence committee of the whole group. 5, the sockeye salmon management plans. There are 8 proposals in this group, and we will go ahead and begin with proposal number 111.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, once again, I'm Colton Lipka, Upper Cook Inlet Area Management Biologist for Commercial Fisheries. Proposal 111, this would create a new Kenai River late run sockeye salmon optimal escapement goal of 450,000 to 750,000 fish. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the proposer here? I don't believe so. Would anybody like to speak to this proposal? Seeing none, moving on to proposal number 112.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Proposal 112 would increase the Kenai River late run sockeye salmon in-river goal upper bound ranges. Thank you.
Would the proposer like to speak to this proposal? Would anybody like to speak? Come on up, Mr. Ma.
Dan Rolomoff for the record. The issue of in-river goals, just straight out, in-river goals are not recognized under federal law. And matter of fact, OEGs are not recognized there either.
Thank you. Any other comments? Moving on to proposal number 113.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Proposal 113 would reduce the Kenai River late run sockeye salmon escapement objective from the current sustainable escapement goal range of 750,000 to 1.3 million to a new optimal escapement goal range of 600,000 to 800,000 sockeye salmon, and prioritize achieving the proposed OEG over all other management objectives. Thank you.
Would the proposer like to speak to this proposal? Would anybody like to speak to this proposal? Moving on to proposal number 114.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Proposal 114 would reduce the Kenai River late run sockeye salmon escapement objective from the current sustainable escapement goal range of 750,000 to 1.3 million to a new optimal escapement goal range of 700,000 to 850,000 salmon. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martin, would you like to speak to this?
Yes, thank you. David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. Our committee submitted this proposal to reduce the, do away with the tiers and go down to a BEG of 700 to 850,000. You look on the catch data and the escapement data over decades on the Kenai River. The best returns comes from 700 to 850,000 sockeye returns. And the language in there, our proposal, meet the BEG of 700 to 850,000, located at the marker at mile 19 is what that would do. So this would be the maximum sustained yield management of the Kenai stock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sockeye.
Questions? Would anybody else like to speak to this proposal? Seeing none, we'll move on to proposal number 118. Is that correct? 115. See, I'm doing it too. 115.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Proposal 115 would amend the preamble of the Kenai River late run sockeye salmon management plan by removing board intent language specific to minimizing the harvest of Northern District coho, late run Kenai River king, and Kenai River coho salmon stocks, and replace it with language that states the department shall also manage the common property fisheries with a reasonable opportunity to harvest salmon resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the proposer like to speak to the the proposal?
Yeah, David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. We submitted this proposal also. And what it does is, does away with the minimized language. And I would refer the board to RC 18 and RC 32, the harvest graft that shows the greatly diminished commercial fisheries harvest. What this would do is eliminate the department shall also manage the commercial fisheries to minimize the harvest of Northern District coho, Lake Kenai River king salmon, and Kenai River coho salmon stocks in order to provide personal use, sport, and guided sports fishermen with a reasonable opportunity to harvest salmon resources. That would be deleted, and we would add, the department shall also manage the common property fisheries with a reasonable opportunity to harvest salmon resources. That would include all users of the resource, commercial fishing also. That language has been used as a excuse to eliminate fisheries, increase gross overescapements into the systems, as we've seen through our overescapements, and it's really hurt the commercial fishing industry, that word minimize. So every time you come back to this board, you minimize what the restrictions on the prior time did, and it's just a sliding slope down to nothing. We're kind of seeing that in the action plan that we've seen, and some of the, you'll see that in the RC 32. Thank you.
Mr. Sandone?
Gene Sandone, Matt Valley, AC. Just want to preface my remarks that our comments in ACO 8 and also the page index along with our positions are in RCO 28. We adamantly oppose this proposal. It removes the management action for protection of Northern District stocks from regulation. We're having a hard time getting fish into the Northern District streams now. The escapements are low. We've had continuous restrictions on our coho salmon fishery. There's just not enough fish coming back to satisfy the commercial needs and the in-river needs and the escapement needs. So we just are adamantly opposed to this.
Mr. Roberts and Mr. Ma.
You got me first, I'm taller. Monty Roberts, Kenai River Professional Guide Association. We understand the preamble language doesn't do a whole lot as for actual management actions from the department, but the preamble language does provide intent for future managers and future boards to know why things are the way they are, and we feel that it's important that this has been developed over a long history, and that language helps guide those people that come after you as to how we got where we are. Thanks.
Mr. Ma.
Roland Ma for the record. Any of these preamble statements in the current management plans that may interfere or get in the way of achieving a harvest specification, and yet we're still to hear on that, it's under litigation, very well may not survive. The RC 32 and RC 137, I'd refer you to look at them regarding coho. And then the RC 10 is our 5-year history of catching coho as well. On behalf of the drift fleet, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Don't see any. Any other comments? Okay. All right, let's move on to proposal number 118.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Proposal 118 would modify the Kasilof River sockeye salmon optimal escapement goal of 140,000 to 370,000 fish to 150,000 to 250,000 fish and establish priority of achieving this goal over all other management objectives. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the proposer like to speak to this proposal? Any other comments? Going once. Twice. Moving on to proposal number 119.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Proposal 119 would allow commercial fishing in the Kasilof River Special Harvest Area of the Upper Subdistrict Set Gillnet Fishery after July 8th, when the Kenai River Lake Run King Salmon optimal escapement goal is not projected to be achieved, and the Kasilof River sockeye salmon escapement will exceed 365,000 fish. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the proposer like to speak to this proposal? Okay. Any other comments? Come on up, gentlemen. Gary, if you want to speak to your proposal, I'll give you first crack. And then Mr. Shadura.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Gary Hollier, Eastside Set Netter. I was looking at another proposal I was going through, but I think 119 addresses fishing in the Kasilof River Special Harvest Area. I definitely think this should be open. It was just taken up in a stock management concern that was just passed, so I don't think it's going to open, so I'll just leave it at that. But it's definitely a tool that the department could use with the minimal king harvest, and with this excess surplus of sockeye going into the Kasilof River, sometimes 2- and 3-fold, it would seem to be a valuable tool of which really local people could use, fishermen could use, and I addressed that in 119 about the economic benefits of it, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Mr. Shadura?
Yeah, Paul Shadura. I've brought similar proposals and emergency petitions and agenda change requests numerous times for this discussion. Previous commissioners have, and the Department of Law have considered that the terminal area in the Kasilof River is a special fishery and not to be included with the Eastside Sitnet fishery. In fact, at one time there was a terminal fishery at Big Lake, and on that system, if you were a limited entry permit holder in Cook Inlet, you could move to that area or back without violating your registration aspects. So in their minds at that time, that was a separate fishery, open and closed by emergency order. So it wasn't within the open and closing portion of the regulations. So again, it's an exception to the rule. I'm looking at 183 RC 183, and I'm looking at small e all the way down to D, and it's closed in this plan. I must have missed it. Maybe there was a deep discussion on it, but I don't know if there was a reason or intent why that area was closed, or the department gave some presentations on why that was a harmful area for large Kenai king harvest, because all the DNA data that has been done in there previously, and the DNA in the stat area I fish at mile 3, that's at mile 1 really. So in our total area, the harvests that we have, whether they be king or sockeye, are hugely predominant Kasilof bound, since we're an ebb fishery. So if there was a reconsideration, I would hope that somebody would consider that maybe there wasn't enough discussion on why this particular area was closed, and that it is an outlet. It would be the only outlet. It's the bone. It's the dog giving the fishermen a bone to be able to harvest in that area where there's no other area to fish, only when there's excess amount exceeding the top end of the goal for the Kasilof River, which is forecast again to have near 1 million return, and their top end goal is 320,000. It really has exceeded it, even with the extension of the personal use fishery, which is increased, it's still, they cannot slow the numbers of sockeye going into the Tustamina system. So there's opportunity, it's an excess supply, it's not a negative. In 2017, the board felt strong, and that's why they added that verbiage in there. I did RC it to you, and that was one of the agreements at that time, that not just sockeye for the terminal area, for runs that were not adequate to meet the escapement goals in the Kenai River, but that the Kasilof River would be treated differently. And then when it relates to king salmon goals and the escapement, that the Kasilof River terminal harvest area would be utilized. So I'd hope the board would reconsider and at least get on the record why this was so important to put in this plan to reduce even more opportunity when it's definitely isn't a hindrance at all. There's more kings caught inadvertently in the Kenai River late run that associated with mortality that's unreported than what would happen in this fishery where everything has to be reported and you're monitored very strongly because you deliver right to the processors right in that local area. So with that, if there's any questions, it's Gary's proposal. It's a good one. And I would hope that, again, the board would take time to go over these things that we've waited months for to have a proper debate and hearing on. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Come on up.
Madam Chair, my name is Mark Glassmaker, Kenai River Kenai River Guide Association. I'd just like to remind the board, absent of a Kenai River management plan from an in-river user's standpoint, there's no enumeration goal for Kasilof king salmon. When we see the Kenai River Special Management Area enacted, it's like an iron curtain goes across the river. So we don't have any idea what the health of that king run is, and that this is enormously detrimental to that. So just wanted to bring that up.
Go ahead.
Dan Norman. So I've fished in that terminal fishery for quite a few years. Caught a couple 100,000 reds and one large king salmon, and I don't know if it was a Kenai king or Kasilof king. So probably a Kasilof king, but one on many years and a couple 100,000 reds.
Thank you. Any other comments? Mr. Ma.
Thank you. This is a very small geographic area, just right at the mouth of the Kasilof. It was put there specifically designed to catch excess fish that are in all likelihood going to go up. I mean, it's right at the mouth of the river to take those fish. And I think it'd be a good idea, just keep it in there. It's, please. It serves a useful tool.
Go ahead.
Sorry, some new information. Dan Norman again. I would fish a 15 mesh net in that fishery too, if that was an option.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on to proposal number 120.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Proposal 120 would repeal provisions described in subsection F from the Kasilof River Salmon Management Plan, which describes the board's intent for when the department is to utilize the Kasilof Special Harvest Area. Thank you.
Mr. Martin, would you like to speak to your AC's proposal?
Yes, I would. Thank you. David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. We submitted this proposal. It would delete in 5 AAC 21.365F. Delete the language is the intent of the Board of Fisheries that the Kenai River Special Harvest Area would rarely, if ever, be open under this subsection for only conservation reasons. The use of this Kasilof Special Harvest Area should be used when possible to prevent overescapement. Almost 1 million sockeye, 3 times the escapement goal, were put in the river in 2022 and 2023. And the special harvest area was not open. This is a tremendous waste of salmon, and the the food and economics goes with it. I would refer you to RC 137. It shows the Kasilof River sockeye optimum yield profile graph that was done by the department. You got over here the optimum, or the BEG of 150 to, was it 220 or something like that. These red lines over here with the arrows, this is escapements in 2018, 2019. These are the ones in 2020, 2021. And way over here are the escapements in 2022 and 2023. And we talk about producing yield. Since 2018, we are escaping the system to where we're not getting any yield. And we just keep going further and further over there. This is, we actually amended this to include the east side set netters in this area. I fished it myself. The east side set and drift net should be used to allow this. This is the last tool that the managers have us to harvest the surplus going into these rivers. We know there's plenty of them there. When this is open in the past, there's a lot of dip netters there. It was a pretty organized fishery. The Kasilof fish, it doesn't matter how many nets, it seems to be out in front of there. In the special harvest area, when you had the drifters, it's in just a mile circle. And the set netters and the dip netters, you would still get 2,000 to 3,000 fish a day escapement into those rivers. I don't know how they did it myself, but most other areas of the state allows, and that is their fishery, to be in these terminus areas, even up the rivers in many of these systems. And like I say, that's the last ditch effort to harvest these fish. If you don't use them, you're going to lose them. Then you get the ramifications from the overescapement and the reduced runs from them. So please take a look at RC 137 and see how grossly this is overescaped. Hopefully we can keep this as a tool to use to harvest a surplus. Thank you.
Any additional comments on proposal number 120? Seeing none, Mr. Chair, that concludes Committee of the Whole Group 5.
Thank you. Sure went a lot faster than Group 1, didn't it? Thank everybody for participating today. It's absolutely the best deliberations I've ever seen since I've been on the board on that Group 1. It was very thorough and conducted in good taste. Tomorrow morning, we will start with deliberations on Group 4, followed by deliberations on Group 5, followed by Committee of the Whole on Group 6. And I was going to keep us working on through, but I think we've caught up enough that we can go ahead and adjourn today, because I know we won't get through Group 6 this afternoon, and start at the normal time of 8:30 tomorrow morning rather than earlier. So 8:30 tomorrow morning, we are recessed till. Thank you.